Okay, all set. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Worcester City Council meeting. If you're able to, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and Star Spangled Banner.
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Here. Councilor Bellotta? Here. Councilor Economou?
Here.
Councilor Fasolo?
Here.
Councilor King?
Here.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Here.
Councilor Rivera?
Here.
Councilor Rosen?
Here.
Councilor Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, we have a couple of recognitions. We got 4 of them to be exact. For Poet Laureate, Youth Poet Laureate, welcome here tonight, much appreciated. And our first one is for Oliver De La Paz, and Oliver. As the Poet Laureate for the City of Worcester from 2023 to 2025. You have been an ambassador for the Worcester's historic, poetic, and literacy culture. You have worked to promote and transform qualities of poetry and writing throughout the community, supporting other artists, encouraging the appreciation of the arts, or expanding access to the arts in Worcester. You continue to inspire others through the teaching students, authoring and editing 7 books and additional works, and uplifting Asian American writing throughout your position as founding member of Conundrum. In recognition of your unwavering commitment to the City of Worcester, it is only right on this occasion of this term's conclusion, it's only right and fitting that you receive the city's highest honor. I want to congratulate you and present you the key to the City of Worcester for the multi-year term as Poet Laureate. Come on down with me. Okay, Serenity Jackson's up next, and Youth Poet Laureate. As a Youth Poet Laureate of the City of Worcester from 24 to 25, you worked as an ambassador of the Worcester historic literacy culture. You have used your position to promote the transformation qualities of poetry and writing throughout the community, supporting other artists, encouraging appreciation of poetry, following your own dreams in rap and writing while studying to become a nurse and inspiring others, and has helped to raise awareness of the arts throughout the Worcester and beyond. In recognition of unwavering commitment to the City of Worcester, and on the occasion of your term's conclusion, it is only right and fitting that you receive the city's highest honor. Congratulations and well-deserved. It's my distinct pleasure to present you the key to the City of Worcester on this occasion of the conclusion of your multi-year term as Youth Poet Laureate. I got two more. Okay. Is anybody here for the Arab American Heritage Month?
Irish heritage.
Oh, no, that's it. We're all done. Okay.
I'm Irish.
I'm going to read it anyways. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We got one more gift. I'm sorry. Guys, we do have one more. I'm sorry. Well, Serenity and where's Yaffa? Is Yaffa there? Come on out, Yaffa. We'll give Serenity has this medal here for her achievements.
Everybody. All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we also have a proclamation for Arab American Heritage Month. Whereas Arab Americans continue to make valuable contributions to the City of Worcester's success and quality of life. Whereas Arab Americans deserve to be recognized for their contributions to the vitality of our community, having fostered a sense of shared culture, diversity, and setting the examples of model citizens and public servants. Whereas Arab Americans have been subject to misrepresentation in society and often confront these issues that come with unawareness of their heritage, the celebration of which educates our fellow Americans while countering misconceptions and harmful stereotyping. Whereas communities that provide space for acceptance and appreciation to diverse populations uplift their people and ensure that everyone continues to feel welcome, safe, and respected equally. Now, therefore, I, Joseph Petty, Mayor of the City of Worcester, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Arab American Heritage Month in the City of Worcester. Is anybody here for that tonight? No, seeing nobody? Okay. Okay, we also have Architecture Week here in the City of Worcester. Oh, you guys are here for that? Okay. Okay. Whereas Architecture Week held between April 12th and April 18th, 2026, is the annual celebration hosted by the AIA Central Mass and to promote awareness and appreciation of architecture. Whereas Architecture Week highlights the impact of design on daily life and showcases the value architecture brings to the Worcester communities. Whereas Worcester's rich architectural history and diverse built environment reflect the city's cultural heritage and contribute to the unique visual character. And whereas architects and design professionals play a vital role in creating healthy, resilient, and inspiring public and private spaces throughout Worcester. And whereas AIA Central Massachusetts advances through thoughtful community design, responsible stewardship, and built environments and public engagement that educates our understanding of architecture. And whereas Worcester benefits from the Architecture Week throughout strengthening community pride, economic development, and recognition as a hub of design excellence. Now therefore I, Joseph Petty, Mayor of the City of Worcester, hereby proclaim the week of April 12th to the 18th as Architecture Week in the City of Worcester. Councilor Bergman, do you want to present that to Sean? Yeah. If you want to, yep.
I'd love to. Yeah, thank you very much. Excuse me. Messed the mic up. First time up here. I just really want to say thank you for this, Mayor Petty, City Manager Batista, City Council. Being a Worcester kid myself, growing up here and being able to come back home and be an architect and the president of the American Institute of Architects for Central Mass, I don't know how important, as you can see, I'm lost for words right now. I love this city. I want to see us continue to do amazing things here. If you have anything you want to do with the built community, we launched the Design and Community Partnership with the city manager and WPI. Please reach out. Thank you very much. And we're doing stuff all week. I was reading to students at Gates Lane and Worcester Dual Language yesterday, and we have some more events going on, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Well, that's great. Look forward to the Bronco High School design.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, we have the approval of the minutes of March 24th, 2026. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have some items that are going to be held tonight. Councilor Bergman's going to hold 10J, which has to do with the Housing Authority. And also, Councilor Rob Bellotta is going to hold 8.4A, which is the TIF. Okay. Public participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on the item appearing on the agenda. Just your name, residence, and item number. Mr. Clerk. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rule 39, items of public interest. At every meeting of the City Council, under public participation portion of the agenda, the chair shall recognize any person seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the council on any eligible item on the agenda for the meeting, both in person and remotely. Any person who wishes to speak on more than one agenda item shall combine their testimony on all items to one appearance at the microphone. The time for speaking shall not exceed 2 minutes for any one speaker, 30 minutes for all speakers. Rule 40, petitions. On the first occasion a petition appears on the City Council agenda, the prime petitioner may address the City Council for no more than 3 minutes on the subject of their petition.
Okay, did your name, city of residence, and item number?
Listen, I have a question.
Sure.
If I'm talking about 7, E, F, and K, I can only talk about one,
You can
right?
talk all three, and on all three, but you only have 2 minutes total.
Oh, I'm going to talk fast, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, my name is Maureen Schwab, 23 Canton Street, Vice President, Green Island Resident Group Incorporated, speaking in support of petition 7E, F, and K. And first of all, I want to thank City Councilors Mitra Ojeda and Administrative Assistant Aidan Gleason for their assistance in filing these petitions, and to the Worcester Police Department for their ongoing enforcement and assistance. 7E and F are requests for the installation of speed bumps on Canton Street and Ashmont Ave. These petitions have already been referred to Traffic and Parking. The need for speed bumps has evolved out of growing occurrence of electric bicycles, motorcycles, and scooters that speed down these streets with no regard for local traffic, and cars that enter and exit driveways on these streets. A second serious safety issue is the deliberate travel of motorcycle cars, bikes, and scooters that choose to go the wrong way on these one-way streets. Canton Street borders Crompton Park, where children are put at extremely high risk because of careless drivers. The playground is at the corner of Harding and Canton. 7K, which has been referred to the Veterans Memorial Parks and Rec Commission, is a request for the installation of number 1, no alcohol allowed, number 2, no loud music, and number 3, park closes at 10 p.m. signage at Crompton Park and its entrance to Canton Street. Loud music has become another escalating and disturbing issue for our neighborhood. The most recent development is individuals who come and park on Canton Street bring large speakers which they set up on the sidewalk or in the street. Last night, an individual arrived at 9:30 with a friend in a second car and proceeded to blast music that could be heard all the way over on Ashmont Avenue, one street over from where the cars were parked. The 2 cars were parked in front of the tennis court, and a triple speaker was set up right on Canton Street, and the noise was clearly audible 200 feet and beyond. A local news outlet describes
Can you wrap up? Okay, thank you.
the end. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Fred Nathan Worcester. I've always been a big supporter of the police. However, 8.3 A, with dealing with the gross payroll earners, I think right now the police in the city of Worcester, somebody's taking a black eye, because the article in the paper yesterday had a police lieutenant I'm not going to mention his name. It mentioned his salary, but then it also mentioned that his overtime, his regular pay, his detail, but there was one other mention in there, and it just said other, and that was for like $70,000. Inquiring minds want to know why it's other. 8.39, are we going to keep on hearing about any issues dealing with CSX? If CSX has not been doing what they're supposed to do, and in the older city money, they need to get their stuff straight. 11A, the city council recognize, the police department. I will recognize them, and when they're doing a good job, I recognize them, the recognition that they deserve. And I believe there's one more. Yes. The school over on Grafton Street is creating such a problem with the parking there, the cars lining up. I realize that's going to change in about another week or two, thanks to Councilor Frizzola's item. It's definitely a dangerous situation having all those cars lined
Thank
up
you.
like that.
Name, city residence, and item number.
Andrew Marsh, 212 May Street in Worcester. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I rise in opposition to Resolution 11A. Mr. Mayor, it is the City Council's responsibility to provide meaningful and substantive oversight to the Worcester Police Department. It is not the City Council's responsibility, nor is it remotely appropriate to shower the department with pointless and unnecessary accolades when their and their associated union's id is already higher in the sky than Artemis II's flight trajectory. The events of the past year have shown that the WPD has broken the public trust, and passage of this resolution will similarly break the public's trust in its municipal legislature to exercise any measure of accountability to rein in its worst excesses. This resolution is so insensitive and tone-deaf that if its passage succeeds, we may as well hand over our World Series trophy to the Yankees in advance. I urge this council to reject this resolution and commit to meaningful oversight of the police department and its union. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Is your name, city residence?
Good evening, Councilors. Mike Kane, City of Worcester resident, as well as I'm representing the Worcester Regional Chamber here tonight. I'm here to speak in support of the Chief Development Officer's recommendation to pause the enforcement of the Specialized Stretch Code. Since the City Council initiated the order, we've heard from a number of developers active in the Worcester market, and they've shared that the added complexity, increased costs, and tighter lending standards are making fewer housing projects financially feasible here in the city. All this happening at a time when we could least afford additional barriers to housing production. According to the city's housing production plan, Worcester needs to produce more than 1,000 new housing units each year for the foreseeable future to meet this demand. And you'll likely hear from a couple of our developers this evening. And from our conversations, a consistent theme has emerged. The implementation of the enhanced code introduced additional layers of regulation, along with new design and compliance requirements. These changes increased both the hard and soft construction costs, making it more difficult to move projects forward. This enhanced stretch code adds costs to an already rigorous state energy code and is a real financial obstacle for Worcester's goal of building more housing, which also creates jobs in the construction trades and expands our city's tax base. Given the timing and the cumulative impact of these requirements, on top of an already elevated interest rates, insurance costs, labor, and materials, the Chamber supports a pause of no less than 12 months of the implementation of the code. Thanks, and this would give developers, supply chains, and our utility infrastructure time needed to prepare and adapt. Again, thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, your residence? Item number?
Oh, hi, my name is Mark DeShays. I'm speaking on all of the agenda items tonight. Mayor Petty and city councilors, I suggest that Worcester's form of representative democracy using city councilors be replaced by a form of direct democracy called sortition, which was used in ancient Athens, which I think is a more effective form
It could be
of
item one.
democracy. Thank
Can
you.
Thank you, okay. This your name, see your resident, item number?
Hello, my name is Alyssa Harmon, and I live in Connecticut, but I work at 162 Chandler Street here in Worcester. And I will be speaking about 19A. I've worked at CHL for almost 4 years. Over the past few years, UMass has systematically dismantled vital programs at CHL with no regard for the staff of these programs nor the communities that need these services to survive. Now, they have announced that CHL will be entirely dismantled. They have shared no plan for this process, only saying that some programs will close while others will be absorbed by non-union agencies. They say that they will do so without disrupting services or jobs, but that is simply not true. Their past actions prove that. In 2023, they abruptly shut down 3 detox programs, leaving 80 staff and countless clients vulnerable. Despite promises to reopen within months, the process took years. In 2025, they chose to abruptly shut down our Motivating Youth and Recovery program, which is a detox program for teens. This violated state regulations, which require a 90-day period that allows for community stakeholders to weigh in on closures of essential services. We are here today to ask all of you to stand with us at CHL to demand that UMass share what their plan is with full transparency and to ensure that if any program is absorbed by another agency, that our full workforce is retained and our union contract is recognized. We cannot let UMass dismantle an agency that has been serving the most disadvantaged of our communities since 1977 without a clear path that prevents serious disruption to the communities we serve. We cannot let UMass destabilize an entire workforce full of experienced, dedicated, and uniquely capable service workers. Let us stand together to protect our communities.
Okay, we'll let one down, one go. That item is not on the agenda tonight, so you're not allowed to speak about it. So, okay. On the SEIU anyways.
It's not on.
But we do have an item under suspension.
Mr. Chairman, I think they're speaking on 19A from what I heard.
What's 19A?
That's mental health and police responses.
Was it mental health? Okay. Okay, go ahead then. Come on. Well, I didn't realize it was on mental health, 19A. I thought it was a police item. We do have an item. How about we just suspend the rules? We have an item that you want to read tonight?
Public statement if you want.
We should do it now so they can speak on it. So motion to suspend the rules to bring something under suspension. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Bellotta?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Fasolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Counsel Rivera,
Yes.
Counsel Rosen,
Yes.
Counsel Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. It says, whereas mental health and substance abuse services are critical to residents of Worcester, UMass Community Health Link has provided mental health services since 1977, and CHL is being dissolved by UMass Memorial. The continuation of these services are vital to health and well-being of the Worcester community, whereas CHL workers have union contracts with SEIU, and a strong contract is essential to quality of services, and whereas UMass Hospital has brought together shareholders to discuss the plan to transfer the services to new providers. That the City Council of Worcester is hereby in support of the UMass Memorial Healthcare, immediately convening stakeholders, the municipal and state government, and the community and SUI union representation to disclose their physician plan from Community Health Link, mental health and substance abuse services to provide in uninterrupted manner. Okay, good, we'll go.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Thomasina Levique. I've been a Community Health Link worker for 16 years, most recently working within the Continuum. We are calling upon you tonight for a resolution on UMass's dismantling of CHL. We are already feeling the impact of UMass not working with us to keep our programs in full operation during this time of transition. We need to calm the chaos UMass has caused by recklessly putting forth closures of programs that CHL provides for the community for the past 50 years. CHL has been the largest provider in the Worcester County area. We have done the work that others have not done. Our caregivers are skilled and full of knowledge of the intricate systems of the mental health and substance use treatment and is dedicated to keep our programs running. The community cannot afford a decrease in treatment. The city cannot afford another closure of our vital services. CHL caregivers are ready to continue their work for our community and looking for you to demand UMass on what their plan is for our agency and the services that we provide to the community. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kwan Liu. I'm a Worcester resident and a residential counselor from Community Health Link. I work at Community Health Link over 20 years, and I'm one of the workers who's impacted by the recent announcement of CHL, closure of CHL. I'm here today because these closures don't just threaten our jobs, they also threaten essential mental health and recovery service for some of the most vulnerable people in our state. We're already seeing pattern of instability and uncertainty as UMass has continued to chip away at our programs over the last several years. Now, with the latest announcement of closure, we're alarmed to see that there have been no clear plan to retain staff, ensure our union contract is recognized at any successor agency, or ensure continuity of care. I have personally witnessed how transformative the service we provide can be to people while we are going through some of the toughest time of their lives. This service save people's lives. We need all of the support we can. I urge the council and all the community members to express their support and stand with us as we demand no disruption of service, retention of the existing workforce, and union recognition moving forward at any assessor agency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just real quick.
What's your name?
I'm Ricardo Rodriguez. I currently live in Fitchburg. However, I am born and raised in Worcester, and I also do work at Community Health Link. And my name, image, and likeness is all over the city, for those of you guys who don't know. So I am prominent out here. Anyway, the point of the matter is this, just real quick. We're really more into the continuity of care for these clients that we work with. I've been at CHL for 10 years. I have plenty of opportunities to go other places and do other things, city, state, and all that stuff. But one of the things that UMass needs to understand about CHL is that we're the direct line of contact with a lot of these people, a lot of these mental health, dual diagnosis people that are out here on these streets. You know what I mean? Behind City Hall, up and down Main Street, King Street, all the areas that a lot of you folks don't want to go to, don't want to deal with, and the people that you see are the ones that we actually are hand-on with. You know, our jobs are very dangerous too at times, but we like our jobs and we still do our jobs. I'm not saying that UMass is not capable of doing the work, you know what I mean? I'm not saying that the other agencies that they're looking at to do the work or take over our contracts are not capable of doing the work, because I'm pretty sure they are. What I'm saying is, those of us who've been working for CHL and choose to work for CHL, been here for years with CHL, are dealing with constituents and people in the city who really are familiar with us, through all the different changes they've been through physically, sexually, and mentally abused in the city. We're dealing with that. All the different drugs and crimes and stuff that happen to folks, we're dealing with that. And I don't know if you guys know, but it's hard for people who are in need or people who are out there to reach out and actually ask for the help. So when they finally get it from someone who's been with them for years, they kind of get a bond with that person and want to stay working with that person. I'm just saying, I just hope that UMass, in whatever other agencies, or if we continue with the CHL stuff, they take that all into consideration. We take into consideration the people that we actually are, we're the hands-on frontline people. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence, and item number? Oh, just your name. Okay.
Good evening, Roberta Bryan, Worcester Business Development Corporation. I'm here tonight to support the Chief Development Officer's recommendation on the pause of the specialized stretch code, due in part to the difficulty in implementing the requirements to achieve a successful development for both the developer and the end users. Lack of U.S.-made materials, inconsistent supply chains, delays in securing power for all electric buildings, and the inability to layer energy sources such as solar with our current infrastructure weakens the feasibility of the code and dilutes development parcels to their lowest viable use. In addition, Worcester is the only community within 30 miles to have adopted the specialized stretch code, putting it at risk of being passed over for development, and in addition, pushing development to surrounding communities with only the base code in place at times, thereby negating any positive impact of potential climate benefits. While development is only one source of climate degradation, and while no one is seeking to increase our climate vulnerability, we need to choose our solutions carefully so that our goals are balanced and the city continues to thrive for all of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence, item number?
Walter Bird, Worcester. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors, and the city manager. I'm excited to be tonight to speak on an item that I think is pretty important, and that's establishing the Worcester Sports Commission, and that is item 10B. I want to specifically thank Councilor Economou for bringing this order forward. I really appreciate his willingness and his excitement. I was already feeling good about it, but I felt even better, and I believe it represents a really strong opportunity for the city of Worcester. I also want to thank some of his colleagues that I understand have also signed on, so I appreciate that. We appreciate that. We're already a sports city, from the Woo Sox, the Bravehearts, the Railers, to the athletic teams at our colleges and universities, to soccer, boxing, Little League, and a lot more. Sports are woven into the very fabric of this city. And I believe that could all be enhanced by a coordinated strategy to promote, grow, and capitalize these assets. I believe Worcester needs a sports commission focused on making Worcester a sports destination, attracting sports enthusiasts who would fill our hotels, support our restaurants, and generate real economic activity. The commission would look at what's here and also look at what could be. It would create opportunities. It would position Worcester to think strategically about the future of sports in the city. Do we need additional field space, a multi-use indoor facility, opportunities to host higher-level collegiate or regional events? How about a Massachusetts Boxing Hall of Fame? These are the kinds of questions a sports commission could take on in a focused and intentional way. I want to say in closing, establishing a Worcester Sports Commission is smart, and it's a strategic step, I apologize. It can strengthen our economy, support our residents, and elevate Worcester's profile across the region and beyond. And We have other commissions. We have a ballpark commission, we have a civic commission, we have other commissions, and maybe we can consolidate in some places and have a sports commission really kind of take the lead. So thank
Okay.
you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. What's your name, city residence, item number?
Hello, my name's Gary Hunter. I'm in District 5. First thing quickly I would like to talk about is 13A. I think we should look at that and endorse that program because people are going bankrupt with health costs. And this would be a very big step for the state of Massachusetts to put this through. Second one, quickly, I would like to talk about is Public Works to consider opening for dumping and more hours. I know I've been trying to get rid of some stuff, and it's really hard to make an appointment to get over there and do it. I think this is causing problems where people are dumping stuff on the side of the road because they can't even get in there to, I would encourage you to extend the hours and maybe even make it free because they're not charging that much anyway. 10A, and 19, about the police department. I'm in favor of recognizing the police that have done a great job beyond and what their normal duties are. But I think the first thing we have to look at is a civil review board. The DOJ report is sitting in limbo somewhere, and we don't know if there was any accountability. I think I'm in favor of police getting recognition when they do their job, but I think before we do that, come up with a vote and tell us what's going on with the DOJ report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Guzman. I live in the city of Worcester, born and raised here. I work for Community Health Link in the Crisis Stabilization Unit. I am a certified peer support specialist. You know, years ago, I was a client of CHL. Yeah, I had mental health issues and I needed help. And these people were a great program and they brought me to where I am today. I'm working in this unit now where I used to be a patient. And I care a lot for the clients that we have. These people don't have anything else. We serve the homeless. We serve people who are uninsured. These people have nowhere else to go. And I know mental health doesn't concern many people if it doesn't affect you, but let me tell you, it's really, this is important. And we really need people to stand with our workers because these clients don't have much trust for anybody. And when they work with us consistently, we develop that trust. And they're more likely to come to us for the help. So, like I said, I was a client of CHL years ago, and now I work for them. I've worked for the past 3 years. I can tell you, since I joined, first I was in Leominster, and they closed my program down. Then I moved to Worcester, and they start closing other programs down. It's like they're systematically shutting our programs down, and these people have nowhere else to go. We have, like, waiting lines. We have patients sitting in the emergency room. 3 weeks at a time, they're boarding because we don't have enough mental health services. And now UMass wants to shut down more services, transition them to other organizations. We've been doing this a really long time. We know what we're doing, and we're the best choice for our community. Thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Magdalene Jagona. I'm a clinician at CHL. I've been working there for 5 years. I'm an immigrant from Kenya, and I came here and I went to school. I became a social worker, and I'm proud of working at CHL for five good years. I work at emergency services. We meet the crisis where it at. Like today, I had a tough crisis where I went to West Boylston and met the crisis where it was, and I was able to help that client who was going through psychosis, and I was able to send the client to UMass. We are sad because our program is closing. When it was closed last 2023, it was sad. I worked 7 to 3. And when I'm coming at 6:30, I have met so many people on the street where I have knocked on some of them. Others, they were normal there. We met one of our clients who had passed on at Chandra Street, Chandra Elementary. You can imagine those kids coming to school in the morning and find someone dead at the door. We are sad because our community is not going to be safe if our program is closed. We save a lot of lives. And we have this connection with the Worcester Police Department, emergency services, even EMT. We have the connection with the community. We have the connection with all the people who save life. We are here to save life of our people. We don't want to see this happening. If there is a program that is going to take us, if they're going to, like another program which is going to be planned, let it take us, all of us, and we go with our employee because we know our client, we know what they need, and we meet them at where they are at all the time. Thank you for your service and help, and we're going to support us to keep this program and save our city. Thank you.
Did your name say your residence?
Hello, I'm Luis Cantres Rivera, a Worcester resident in District 4, Park Ave area, who loves Worcester, and an SEIU, Local 509 Union Steward, a community health-linked Worcester Counseling Center, affiliate of UMass Memorial. I'm here today to address the gross mismanagement that UMass Memorial has done these past years with CHL's programs. Currently, UMass Memorial is dismantling vital programs by giving the state's contracts to separate organizations. I implore this council to have oversight over UMass Memorial. It's already mismanaged their restructuring with programs like FCT, OBAT program, MIR, our detoxes, Barrels House, Orchard Street, and our HOPE program. Please help us keep our union together as we transition. Allow us to give our clients the services they deserve with proper continuum of care from our experienced caring experts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we've got a time clock here. Is that new? There it is, too. I'm burning it. Hello. My name is Ted Khanna, City of Worcester. Couple things. I just want to acknowledge and thank Councilor Rivera for 10E, which is seeking to increase hazardous waste and bulk waste pickup and drop-off and pickup. I think that's a good thing. And Councilor Frisolo for 10I, the request for looking at best practices for managing invasive species, both important things. I also want to speak to what I believe is 8.4B, the specialized stretch code. And I'm concerned that I've studied the recommendation that came back, the report that came to the manager's recommendation. It does not seem to answer the question. I mean, it seems to be kind of a one-sided recommendation. I'm not seeing the counterbalancing arguments, and I'm not seeing any plan for what we're going to do to make up for what's lost if we pause the specialized stretch code. So I would hope that this body would, I don't know where this is going to go, but I hope this body would not act rashly and suspend something. We're already almost 2 years in. We are on the learning curve. We're learning what to do. Pausing it is disruptive, and Instead, I would hope that you will seek out some additional information. For example, it's been said over and over, could I have a few more seconds?
A couple seconds, wrap it up.
Couple seconds. I hear over and over that the specialized code is an obstacle to housing production. But the actual numbers, we issued a lot more permits in the year and a half after we adopted the code than we did before we adopted it. So
Thank you.
before you...
Okay, we're good. Thank you.
We're good, thanks. Okay,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Is your name, say your residence, item number?
Yep. Eric Appleton, Worcester, Massachusetts. I'm here to talk about the stretch code, as the prior person did 2 seconds ago. And essentially, I agree with Mr. Batista's letter, differently from the person who spoke before me. And there's a lot of reasons for that. As somebody who's been involved in recent development that involved qualifying for stretch code on a new construction, and then extraneous costs associated with hitting that minion. The long and the short of it is, if you're going to build affordable housing in Worcester, where your average rent is, for a 3-bedroom, is $2,700 currently, and we have new projects coming online for $3,700. As we all know, that it came to Mr. Batista for a tax burden or a tax assessment reduction. The problem with that is great. HERS and Specialized, especially the new stretch codes that they're talking about, are great if you're building 300 units or plus. Absolutely. Now, when you start getting into like 10s and 20s, your real cost is an improvement, or real cost of 3% or so, or 5 or 4. It really can round up as much to 30. And if we're talking about long-term down the road, there's going to be a problem with our whole housing stock in Worcester, because we're going to have this dichotomy between very expensive, high-priced, compliant, and places that pay off their affordable quotient, and then we're going to have a small number of small construction companies that are locally owned that are trying to basically improve the overall product. And if I may say one more thing, I don't think we want a Robert Moses Worcester. I think the best way is figuring out a way that this could be done financially viable for our 3-decade stock. Thank you very much.
My name is Linda Marks. I work for Community Health Link in a residential recovery services program. I've been there for 14 years, and we are being dismantled right now. And I'm watching, our girls are frightened. They don't even know where they're going, some of them. We provide, Community Health Link, when I started 14 years ago, had so many different kinds of services. And I felt proud to work there. I'm still proud of what we do. And I do want to say that I have watched over 14 years women put their lives together again. We serve women, and for like 6 months, we help them get their lives back together. You know, some of them haven't been there that long. It's also really disruptive to the staff that work there, that have provided these services and understand what these women go through. And the continuity of care is so important. And we're already being, and currently, like I said, being dismantled, which, so what I would like to speak to is that we don't further continue, allow UMass to continue to dismantle our programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 more speakers. We need a suspension of the rules to let the 4 more speakers, 4 or 5 more speakers speak. Motion to suspend the rules. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 more speakers. 6, so we'll go 20, so make sure we're all set. Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Bellata? Yes. Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Solo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, go ahead, just your name and city of residence.
Thank you. My name is Cora Desplaines. I am not a resident of the city of Worcester. I actually live all the way out in Barry, but I work out here, and I've worked out here for the last year. I'm a local 509 union member and a caregiver at CHL for Barrels House. I come before you this evening requesting your support in maintaining our community services without further disruption, that the workforce is retained, and that our union contract is upheld and recognized. As I said, I began working for Barrels a year ago. And in this past year, I quickly realized how precious this program is for women and infants. Just this past year, I've watched a mother gain back her freedom. Oh crap, I lost myself. Through this program, we guided her on how to work with her social worker, encouraged her to fight for her children, and through all her ups and downs, we the caregivers were there. For every happy and angry tear and every win or setback, we were there. She graduated our program with 2 jobs and her own apartment, and a few months after leaving, she was able to bring her baby home for the first time. Barrels and Orchard Street are the only treatment programs of its kind in Worcester County. These programs help struggling women find their lives, get back their children, and return to the workforce, many of which find careers working in the recovery community. Continuity of care is a critical piece to their already fragile time in their recovery process. We ask you as stakeholders in this city to call upon UMass and demand that you, along with us, are a part of their planning process to ensure that our clients remain in treatment and our caregivers continue to give them the care that they so desperately need. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. For the record, Mark Borenstein. I'm a lifelong resident of Worcester. I'm here to speak in support of item 8.4A, B, the pause associated with the specialized energy code. I spoke when this matter first appeared before the council in support of Councilor Bergman's order. I certainly think that in terms of, after reading the city manager's report, the proposed pause will allow for us to balance the interest that we have in the city, which is adhering to our climate goals, but also allowing for an increase in housing units. So I've worked with developers. I know firsthand that the specialized energy code is causing issues with respect to cost, but also most importantly to timing. I certainly think that this pause will give inspectional services the time it needs to get more inspectors, get people up to speed, and for us to make a dent in the need for additional housing. So I would respectfully request the council to support the city manager's recommendation for the pause. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, just your name, city of residence, item number.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilors. Darnell Dunn, Director of Business Recruitment for the Worcester Regional Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to speak in support of the Chief Development Officer's proposed amendment to the tie agreement for 39 Green Island Boulevard. You know, amending this agreement would allow GFI Partners, a real estate developer and owner of 1.23 million square feet over 7 properties here in the city of Worcester, to move forward with the residential development of 197 transit-oriented units that will add to our housing stock here in the city, will provide financial resources to the Affordable Housing Trust to create more income-restricted units, and help narrow the fiscal deficit within the DIF. GFI has been, a long-term partner to the city. I think they've exemplified that through the redevelopment of the U.S. Steel site that took a contaminated brownfield site and turned it into, state-of-the-art 630,000 square foot distribution site for national, local, and regional distributors. It also allowed a company founded here in Worcester Imperial Distributors, rather, to bring their headquarters back to Worcester. You could think of very few developers who who are more worthy of this kind of support than them, and hope that the council will move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. She names the residence, item number.
Adam Gavel. I'm a developer and contractor in the city of Worcester. I grew up in Worcester. I've been in Worcester my whole life. I've done projects in Worcester, and I'm here to support the pausing of the stretch code. I'm just going to be very quick. Supply and demand. And this stretch code is good for $30 to $60 million developments, but the small guy, the small developer who's doing a $5 million project, who's doing 16 to 24 units, it really makes a dent in the design, the implementation, everything that comes to fruition. And really, increasing costs on a development project just increases rents. And the only way to bring down rents, like I said, is increasing the supply of housing. And we need 12,000 units in the city. And having more Class B housing, which is really like a renovated or a new building, maybe not a bunch of amenities, it's not luxury, but that is really what most of people who live in Worcester are looking for based on the last 15 years of leasing apartments that I've been dealing with in the city. And everyone, there's nice projects at 145 Front Street, there's all these nice, huge developments, but just recently, a gentleman who came up to me looking for an apartment, he says, I'm paying $2,450 for a one-bedroom at 145 Front Street. I want to pay around $1,800 to $1,900 for a one-bedroom. I don't need all these amenities. I don't need a pool. I don't need a gym. I just want a safe place to rest my head at the end of a long shift. And that's one of the reasons why I'm supporting this pause. It will literally promote more housing in the city to have smaller developers come in and do projects that don't get TIFs, that don't ask for anything, that don't look for publicity. They just want to come in, build housing, and make the city of Worcester better. I'm one of them, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and thank you, guys.
Thank you. The next speaker. What's your name, your residence?
Good evening, councilors. My name is Jonathan Morales. I am a Worcester resident, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Worcester Affordable Housing Coalition. To summarize a statement the coalition has put out regarding 8.4A, we support building new housing in Worcester, but it must be housing that Worcester residents can actually afford. The proposal would provide a significant public subsidies, including a 10-year tax exemption and $2.5 million in state tax credits for a development where rents start at nearly $2,000 for a studio and go up to over $3,700 for a 3-bedroom. These rents are simply out of reach for the essential workers, service workers, seniors, and families that keep our city running. To afford a 1-bedroom at nearly $2,500 a month, a household would need to earn over $79,000 a year. That is far above what many Worcester residents make. We urge the council to take a stand and ensure that when public funds are used, they create housing that is accessible to all Worcester residents, not just the highest earners. And we ask you to prioritize affordability and make sure that public investment truly serves the public. And then as an individual, I want to just quickly speak on 816A and just say that, I urge the council to take the planning board's recommendations regarding the keeping of residential keeping of chickens. I think it's ridiculous that you would think to kind of infringe on people's liberties to do something like this. And honestly, keeping chickens is not a crime. Repairing your vehicle in your driveway is not a crime. What is a crime is sexual harassment and domestic violence, and anybody who thinks any of that is acceptable, to quote the counselor, is living in the wrong neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mrs. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start with participation online. David Webb is the first calling user. State your name and city of residence.
Yes, hello. Are you able to hear me?
No, we cannot hear you.
What?
Can you speak up?
Yeah, 1 second. Is this better?
A little bit better.
It's a little better, but it's still mumbled.
Can you come back to me after another speaker?
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is John. Try to meet the resident now. Please say your name and city of residence.
Mr. Mayor, this is John Weaver, President and CEO of Massachusetts Biomedical Initiatives. Sorry I couldn't be there with you tonight. I am coaching my son's soccer team. I'm a resident of Sturbridge, but I spend all my days trying to grow the biotech cluster in central Massachusetts, including Worcester, and trying to bring those good, high-paying jobs that are accessible to Worcester residents to our community. Here to speak on the Chief Development Officer's recommendation to pause the specialized stretch code and to ask the council to move forward with that pause. Fully agree with all the comments around affordable housing, which is a key priority for the city as well as for the industry to make sure our employees have places to live. Also wanted to raise an issue that we're seeing in the biotech cluster where, simply to provide the HVAC requirements for these really advanced facilities and ensure that it's safe for laboratory technicians, you have to provide very high air exchanges and really complicated HVAC systems that frankly the technology doesn't exist currently to allow for going all electric and meeting a lot of the requirements on the specialized code. So we think pausing sends the right signal. It sends the signal that Worcester's really serious about our climate goals and that we're moving in this direction, but it gives technology developers and companies and contractors more time to understand and work towards being able to provide the technology that's required for this type of shift. So we would ask the council to consider, pausing the specialized stretch code to send the right signal that we're serious about our climate goals, we're moving in this direction, and we want the industry to move along with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Joe.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Joe. Try to meet the resident now.
Hi, my name's Joe Karsha. Just speaking on 10A briefly, it would be helpful if you enforce the noise ordinance on Lincoln Street. The City Council is currently stonewalling the North Lincoln Street neighborhood about a chronic noise nuisance that's been going on for years. I would really appreciate it if you responded to my emails asking about policy and discrepancies between what employees are telling people and what public records show. So I'm going to just call in every week until I get some answers here. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Natalie Gibson. Try to meet the resident now.
Hello, Natalie Gibson, District 5, Worcester, Mass. Good to see you in the audience, Councilor Rob Bellotta. I'm speaking on 6A regarding the old Big D property. I do hope that the city, the planning board, or refer to the planning board so that they can take care of that little piece of land so that Mr. Samuel Adams can go ahead and build his development if it is approved. Also, I wanted to speak, I don't know a lot about the stretch codes, but I'm thinking to myself that if you all pretty much unanimously voted for these stretch codes a year ago or a little more than a year ago, you did it for a reason, so why don't we just continue to keep that in place? And things will continue to, the cost of things will continue to rise. We know this, nothing's coming down. What you do need to bring down is the cost of living for people. The other thing that I wanted some clarification on is I see that when it comes to the speed bumps, a lot of these things are recommended to be accepted for filing. So I'm just wondering if all those speed bumps that I see listed, and I'll say number 17.H, which is 4th Street, does that mean that there are no speed bumps that are going to be placed?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I want to try David Webb one more time. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
David Webb, Olympia. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, you're all set.
Cool, great, thank you so much. Okay, David Webb, Olympia. First and foremost, Community Health Link is an incredible organization, and anyone who cares about the city should support the people who spoke earlier. They actually make Worcester better and safer and save lives. Supporting continuity of care is the least you can do. 8.3a shows who is benefiting from all of the problems in Worcester, and I think everyone should review those numbers and maybe ask if a clerk deserves $200,000 while their constituents' access to public participation is limited further and further. You know, this assistance aside. 8.4a and b show the city how Eric Batista supports evil developers who are fracking Worcester for its real estate. 816A shows the public that the city doesn't listen to the people and how the city manager uses various departments to maintain a shortage of food and resources. 19A, defunding CHL while commending the police is particularly tone deaf. The examples in the recent lawsuit was the tame stuff. The Worcester Police Department has caused suicides, and we all know someone whose life has been ruined in a situation they escalated. 11A is absolutely brilliant, a truly great idea. Of course, we should be appreciating the police even more. They have shown that they are not racist, they are not classist, they don't harass homeless people or target activists, and they are well trained and capable of handling mental health crises of both their own and others. I think that the armed forces of Worcester that come in from Paxton and Millbury to oppress black, brown, and trans people of Worcester are doing an excellent job. I specifically think we should recognize Kerry Hazelhurst for planting evidence, Michael Biancamano Jr. for tasing a pastor, Dominic DeStefano for his excellence in pulling over black drivers, with an honorable mention to Taylor Boucher for harassing people downtown. So yes, ignoring the myriad of lawsuits, let's recognize them for all the good press they've given for the city and give them a 5% raise while we're at it. Also, can we award the law department for complying with the public records law? Everyone's values are on full display. I don't think your propaganda is working, Eric Batista, so y'all should probably do better and maybe start caring about constituents. Thanks.
Move on. Okay. We are on petition 6A to 6C.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Councilor Rosen.
since we just heard so much about the CHL issue, is it appropriate now if I present an order dealing with that issue?
Present the what?
An order dealing
We
with
have
the
it
issue.
right here. We have one already. Council King, I read it. He already has it.
It doesn't deal directly, I don't think, with the
Here it does. It says, yeah.
Okay, it does.
Yeah. It says, hereby go to support UMass Medical, concerned stakeholders, the municipal and state government, the community, NCRU union representatives to disclose their transition plan for the community health link and mental health and substance abuse service to new providers in an uninterrupted manner. So he's asking for a meeting and to support this.
Okay, because I was going to have the Public Health and Human Services Committee of the City Council hold a public hearing.
I can send that there if you want.
Okay, but that
To
means
make it one, okay.
to that committee, to the
Okay.
Public Health Committee. That's where I'd like to see it go.
This will go on the agenda for next week under this business suspensions, and from
Okay.
there we'll send it there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. Okay. Petition 6A to 6C referred to the planning board. All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. 6D to 6K referred to the Public Works Committee. Those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. 6L to 6Z refer to traffic and parking. Those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. 7A to 7J refer to traffic and parking. Those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. 7K refer to Veterans Memorials, Parks, and Recreation Committee. All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. And Councilor Fazol, did you want to speak on, was it 10H?
Yes, could you read it, please, Mr.?
Yeah, so he's just take an item out of order. Some constituents are either here or online. Request the manager request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility provide a notification to the parents of Roosevelt School regarding the implementation of the parking on Grafton Street starting on Monday, April 27th. Said notification may include mailings, social media posts, collaboration with the public schools, to use any existing communication channels. Councilor Fazol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the administration, my colleagues, and the general public. Mr. Mayor, I stand tonight to allow the parents of Roosevelt School the notification that when their children come back to school on Monday, April 27th, that the no parking and no stopping signs will be up and the length of Grafton Street from Roosevelt School to the intersection of Dalton Street. I just want to make sure that the general public, the parents, the grandparents, anyone that will be picking up their children will be aware of that. I don't want them to, have an opportunity to say they weren't informed. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to provide a brief update regarding the parking situation at Roosevelt School. During next week's vacation, again, the signs will be installed, no parking and no stopping. So that means that if anyone does park on the side of the road in that area, it is our intentions, it's the administration's intentions to have the Worcester Police Department and the parking control officers there to ask them to obviously move from that location. We want to notify these people so that no tickets are given out. That is not our intent, and I want to make that perfectly clear. Secondly, I just want to make sure that people know now, because we only have 3 days left before vacation starts, that I'm told children have gone home with a flyer to the parents. I'm also informed that the Worcester Public Schools website has this on it. The Roosevelt School website has these changes on it. So I want to thank the administration and the chairman of the Traffic and Mobility Committee, as well as the assistant commissioner, I should say the commissioner and the assistant commissioner of that department, Traffic and Mobility, for their efforts here. I think they've come up with a good plan. I also want to add the fact that part of that plan is that fifth and sixth graders will leave the school at 2 o'clock and walk to the parents' cars, which has a dedicated zone of parking from the driveway of Roosevelt down towards Sunderland Road. We're allowing parents of 5th and 6th graders to park there, and the 5th and 6th graders have already been through a trial period that they have walked out to that area and have performed that exercise. So again, I want to thank the administration for their dedication in trying to alleviate this very severe and very serious public safety issue that happens on Grafton Street in that area from 1 to 2 o'clock or 2:15 every day school is in session. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the time, and I look forward to hopefully a smooth transition with that going through. Thank you.
Thank you. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an issue that doesn't seem to quite go away. I want to commend Councilor Fasolo for the work that he's done, following up on some of the work that was done and folks preceding him, including some of our at-large councilors that are still here. Mr. Chairman, before I take a vote on this, I would like to ask, through the chair to the administration, what is the plan? Councilor just referenced that there's a plan and something with the 5th, 6th grade. If you could just elaborate on those details through the chair to the administration on what exactly the plan is.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, as many people know, we've had some challenges in Roosevelt in the parking. The city has provided funding not only to acquire the land, but also develop the land. And so we've had some challenges in trying to circulate the traffic within the actual parking lot for the pickup for the parents. And so what we did is we had a transportation mobility team meet with the school administration and think through about a possible solution, an idea of how to reroute the actual parking lot in addition to providing some opportunity for pickup on the street. One of the biggest issues that was happening was the parking that was happening, or the standing that was happening prior to the actual entrance of the school. So that has been shifted to after the entrance of the school. And that is one of the areas that the counselor previously had provided some details on. So the plan basically is that grades through pre-K or kindergarten all the way until 4th grade, they will be able to circulate, the parents will be able to circulate within the parking lot. There's a designated coned area that will provide them an opportunity to go into the parking lot, to stage there, and be able to be picked up as the students are being dismissed. Staff will be able to assist in bringing them to the vehicles, etc. 5th and 6th grade, the reason why we felt as though there would be a better opportunity to have a different location for pickup, because they're much older, they can able to navigate some of the area there. Staff will also be able to provide them and direct them to the area for pickup. And so we've laid out that framework with the school administration, and they've been very proactive in communicating to families, communicating to the parents, communicating to the staff, working through that plan, so that what we decided to do, we didn't want to implement it right away. We wanted to make sure that we provided enough information, do a test run to see if that would work, and then be able to fully implement it. What we're fully implementing is not the permanent solution. What we're implementing is the 90-day process that was communicated here in the council. That 90-day is what we're implementing here. We're going to evaluate that and then also regroup through the summer to then fully make an implementation process for the upcoming school year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of work that's been done here. You know, I think the order, I think it was amended to 90 days or less, from what I recall. I could be wrong, but I thought I made that amendment on the floor. That being said, you know, I do want to speak to some of the challenges that the businesses are having there as relates to blocking entrances, et cetera. And I'd also like to speak to, Mr. Chairman, the angst of some of the parents. And I just want to state this again unequivocally for the record. We have folks, guardians, friends, family who are picking up for systemic shortcomings as it relates to after-school programming, as it relates to busing, as it relates to lack of bus monitors. There's a whole host of reasons why folks are picking up their kids. Some of them are doing it to get them to an after-school program and then be able to get back to their job, their first job, their second job, or whatever the case might be. And, you know, my concern that I've had, and I'm going to reiterate, is this policing effort and traffic effort will be done, clearly. That's what we're moving towards. But it's also sort of a setup in some ways for law enforcement and for transportation mobility or whoever's assisting. And the reason why, Mr. Chairman, I don't know when the last time some of the folks here picked up children from school, but it's hectic, it's fast-paced, and we've tried. We spent a lot of money in the parking situation. What was described here about folks being able to navigate better and more quickly with the 5th and 6th grade over here, just hasn't come to any sort of real-time impact, you know, that we were looking for. So we'll see. Through chair to administration, I am interested in, you know, what increments we're going to be measuring and how we're going to be communicating those changes. Mr. Chairman, the other concern I have, and I stated this last time as well, this is an issue at a lot of schools. There's a lot of safety issues. I've called for a safety audit of our schools as relates to all of these things that is yet to come back to the council. Mr. Chairman, you know, historically, the powers that be in the city over the years have treated the east side differently than other parts of the city. And the one thing that I would ask that we tread very carefully with is if there is any proliferation of ticketing and things of that nature, that is equitable. That's not just on one side of the city. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it, but I've heard rumblings about it. And I can tell you that the parents that I've talked to have particular angst and particular concern about this implementation, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make as a way of a motion that we do get monthly reports on this. We're talking about 90 days, which is 3 months or less, depending, but we should be appraised of this, Mr. Chairman. We should be able to be nimble and not rigid. I'm glad to hear that the Worcester Public Schools is partnering with this. I know in my committee that I'm trying to get up and have a joint meeting with the folks from the school side. One of the items in my committee is the safety issues at our schools. And hopefully we can get that going as soon as possible, Mr. Chairman. But I certainly support with the explanation provided related to the plan notifying folks. But I do want to, just for the record, indicate my concerns as it relates to all of this, Mr. Chairman. And I thank you, and I thank Councilor Fasolo and other folks for the work that's being done. But let's manage this with care. Let's make sure we're a family-friendly city council, and that we're also business-friendly as well. But we have to make sure that pickup time, folks get there an hour earlier, 35 minutes early, because that's their lunchtime. They got to be back. Let's be as flexible as we can be and as communicative as we can be with this body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager as amended with the additional orders on getting the report back on the month, each month. See how it's going. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're on appointments. 1A, choose bring information communication about the appointments of George Russell and George Sedaris to the Worcester Ballpark Commission, and also choose bring information communication to the appointment of Rosemary Dela Cruz Torbayo to constable. And so we want to thank them for their service. His motion is to file. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Councilor King?
Did you just do 8.1A?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to speak on that because I might
Okay,
be in opposition.
8.1A, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This goes back to the Worcester Ballpark Commission. I know we have another agenda item on tonight regarding commissions, and this is a commission that has not met the mark. It has not met the challenge of their mission. Through the chair to the administration, I'm particularly surprised that George Russell has volunteered for this. He and I have been partners over the last 4 years or so as it relates to this ineffective commission. I've met with folks from the Worcester Woo Sox who are unable to validate the work of this particular commission. And we've gone back and forth with this. We had an actual, for the council members that weren't here, we had a recommendation from this sitting city manager that the Ballpark Commission be dissolved. That's a quote from that recommendation. This city manager had a plan, and that plan included interdepartmental work, including the cultural development, fire, police, et cetera, and making sure that the number of public events that are supposed to be hosted there actually occur. They were developing parameters for that on this particular body. And through the chair to the administration, has there been any marked improvement or significant improvement as it relates to the public dates there through the chair to the administration?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, this body, the Ballpark Commission, one of the charges or one of the actual responsibilities is to manage the 10 community days. These 10 community days, what it is, it allows community partners in the city, nonprofit organizations, to submit to the Ballpark Commission. The Ballpark Commission will review their application and grant them the opportunity to rent the ballpark at no cost or with no rental fee to the as a cost. They are responsible for any type of vending or any type of concessions or any staffing related to that event, but not for the purposes of rental. Their job is to go through that and then recommend and also approve those applications. I'd be happy to come back. I don't know exactly what the numbers are in terms of what their activity has been, but I'd be happy to bring back a report to the council that gives a breakdown of what those events have been, what their decisions have been, so that the council is apprised of that activity within the Ballpark Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion reflecting the city manager's willingness to provide said report. In addition to that, to Mr. Chairman, I'd like to bring back the recommendation that was made by the city manager so that this body in this particular term can be appraised of the challenges and the interdepartmental solutions that were put forward here. You know, again, I'm surprised with former Councilor Russell. I guess you can't beat him, join him. Maybe that's what's going on here. But, you know, I really want to remind folks as well, we had to transfer oversight of aspects of the agreement, and that's related as well to the parking over there. You know, and the city took responsibility because certain things weren't getting done. And what I'd mentioned previously as well was, you know, when the Woo Sox were the Pawtucket Red Sox, when they left that facility, there was millions of dollars in lawsuits as relates to the condition of that. Part of the oversight of that commission is related to that, any work that's done, et cetera. So I'd like a report back on the findings of that commission relative to the charge of their mission, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. So as the ayes, those in favor, opposed, so ordered. A and B, motions to file. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Recommend the reappointment of Penelope Hardin to the Civic Center Commission. Roll call. On this item?
Which one are we on?
We are
right now?
on
8.2A. Okay.
Yeah. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Bellotta?
Yes.
Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Solo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ada?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item is 8.3A, Transmitting Information Communication to 2025 Gross Payroll Earners. Motions to place on file. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8.4A is held under privilege. 8.4 B, recommend the adoption of the pause and enforcement of the specialized stretch code.
Mr. Chairman.
Response to the city council order. Councilor
Mr.
Bergman. You want to speak on this one?
Yeah.
too? Councilor Bergman, followed by Councilor King and Economo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was grateful for the informed report that we got back that covered a lot of the grounds, which makes good sense for the pause in the specialized stretch code. I would just note that live and learn is sometimes a useful saying, and I know previous public participant asked, well, if you proved this 2 years ago, why are you changing your mind? Well, first of all, I don't think anybody's changing their mind, so I'd like to get, with permanency, I'd like to get clarification through the chair to the city solicitor regarding whether or not this even needs a vote of the council for this to be implemented, because as I read the opt-in, the opt-out of the specialized code, I don't even think the council needs to vote on a pause, because the pause isn't an opt-out, but I'm not the city solicitor, so with Chairman's permission,
Madam
I'd like to
Solicitor?
ask the council. Through the chair to the city solicitor, am I correct that the pausing of the specialized stretch code does not need a council endorsement or a council vote per se?
Madam
Through the
Solicitor?
chair, that's correct. You would need a vote by the council to opt out, but that's not the recommendation or the matter before the council. So you
Thank you.
could
Council?
take a vote to support.
Thank you. I'm also a solicitor. So for those that try to color this as we're getting rid of the specialized stretch code permanently, that's not true, because we're not having a vote to opt out. What we are doing is pausing, and it makes good sense, I believe, to pause, and I believe the memo states good reasons to pause, and also a number of members of the development community and attorneys who represent them also stated the reasons that also were mentioned in the memo. First of all, when we started this process, we started with a math that I think existed all too often in the last council, and I'm glad to see that it hasn't started happening in this council. The math I'm referring to is saying that, 57 communities are doing it, so it must be the majority of communities believe it's the right thing to do. Well, 50% of the community seems like a lot, but out of the cities and towns in Massachusetts, it's barely 15%. It means 85% of the communities have not jumped on board yet to the specialized stretch code. We have, but what have we seen happen?
over the last year and a half? Well, first of all, the technology doesn't exist for some of the components in new construction. You heard testimony that air conditioning systems don't even exist today that would comply with the specialized stretch code. So how can we expect developers to go ahead and develop properties with the technology that doesn't exist? Technology that does exist, for example, are windows, but they have to be ordered in Europe because there's no American manufacturers that make windows that would satisfy the specialized stretch code. There are numerous other examples in the International Building Code, which the City of Worcester follows, which are inconsistent with the specialized stretch code. We can't ask developers to develop here when the interpretation of whether or not they're violating building code is up in the air, and it clearly is with respect to a number of elements of the specialized stretch code. So pausing it, again, makes sense. I'd also say that National Grid has expressed concern about keeping up with what would be the demand of what the specialized stretch code at this point would require. So, I mean, I think for all those reasons, it makes good sense to take a pause, 20-month pause, try to get the International Building Code and the specialized stretch code in sync with each other. Hopefully, technology exists where component parts can be purchased, and not only in Europe, because we don't know what trade embargoes and other things that seem to happen on a regular basis these days could happen. And also to give developers a sense of confidence that if they start a project in Worcester, it's not going to wind up being delayed or cause an inordinate amount of extra cost because of the difficulties in interpreting the stretch code. Let me just add one other thing. In various conversations outside of this chamber with various developers who didn't seek me out to discuss this topic, but it came up in conversations, the 2 to 4% additional upfront cost, none of them agree that's anywhere near, remotely near, the cost of what the specialized stretch code is to their projects. And as you heard from at least one speaker at the podium, the smaller the project, the more of a percentage of cost that specialized stretch code becomes today. Hopefully in the future the costs change. But Mr. Chairman, right now we're simply asking for a pause. I think it's well deserved and based on good common sense. We're not doing away with the specialized code. And lastly, let me just say, for those who think we're throwing our nose at respecting the environment, we still have and still follow the stretch code that 70% of the communities still follow. So we're in line with the overwhelming majority of cities and towns in Massachusetts in respecting our environmental obligations. But what we shouldn't be doing is going above and beyond what technology allows us to do at the moment and penalizing developers and ultimately the ability to create more units as a consequence. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by saying that I appreciate the efforts the economic development folks put into this report. I realize and acknowledge the recommendations of our Chief Development Officer. And I also want to state for the record, I don't believe that all developers are evil. It was certainly given me cause for consideration as relates to our small developers, as was described, of projects of 5 million or less, and 10 to 15 units or whatever the case might be. That being said, Mr. Chairman, when this came before us last, I had questions about the impact on the Green Worcester plan, the timelines embedded in the Green Worcester plan, the impact on environmental goals. And, this particular report does indicate and acknowledge and recognizes that the adoption, and this is a quote, of the specialized stretch code is expressly aligned with the Green Worcester plan. However, this report has no data or limited data on what that impact actually is, Mr. Chairman. I expected a full report, not a partial report. Mr. Chairman, through the chair to the administration, John O'Dell is our Chief Sustainability Officer. What exactly is a Chief Sustainability Officer? Does it have anything to do with stretch codes, environmental matters, environment goals, and do they have anything to do with the Green Worcester Plan? Through the chair to the administration.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the city council, the Office of Sustainability and Resiliency, under the leadership of John Odell, who's the Chief Sustainability Officer, their roles and responsibility is to drive sustainability and resiliency in our community, in our city, through either policies, through programs, initiative, and really work with different departments to provide, in some ways, some consultation, some opportunities where they can be able to either provide or seek grant opportunities, provide some guidance, et cetera, when it comes to the efforts around energy infrastructure, so resiliency and sustainability. And so they spend quite a bit of work around that. They are also responsible to working with the administration in my office and working with the schools and all our municipal buildings and making sure that we retrofit them, we provide all different types of sustainable efforts, whether it's solar farms, LED, et cetera, to try to reduce the carbon mitigation in the city. So they also play a role in working to negotiate our aggregation program, where we try to play a role in reducing as an aggregate the actual utility costs when it comes to electricity. So they play a big role in that. Him and I work hand in hand in trying to make sure we drive those efforts forward across the city.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a motion that we get a report back from the Chief Sustainability Officer relative to their perspective on the stretch code. Also, as part of that report, the prior recommendations made as it relates to that. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know the impact of pausing the stretch code on the environmental goals, on the Green Worcester Plan. I'd like some data. Mr. Chairman, it was also mentioned that permits that were sought prior to the specialized stretch code moving forward and post, perhaps we can get those numbers and take a look at that. I understand the anecdotal approach that we're taking here, Mr. Chairman, but I need some more data. And we can't, this is clearly goes across departments. This is a quality of life matter. This is an environmental matter. Through the chair to the administration, it's my understanding that the Green Worcester Advisory Committee took a unanimous vote this week opposing the pause. Through the chair to the administration, are you aware of what that committee did?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair, through the city council, we have and we established as part of the city council and the city administration, we established this Green Worcester Advisory Committee, and their job is to work on the implementation of the Green Worcester Plan and also think about green infrastructure in our community. They met this Monday. They unanimously had discussed this item, the recommendation. They discussed the impacts of it, and they unanimously did vote. They submitted a letter to the city manager, and the city, and I also forwarded that letter to all the city councilors here prior to this meeting, so that everybody is aware of their position as a body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to file a motion that we get that documentation in the record as well as the minutes from that particular group, Mr. Chairman. I have significant concerns about smaller developers. You know, it's similar to the concerns we hear across the city, that there's no relief for those folks. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we look into, is there a way for our small developers that we can do a little bit more incentivizing as we do for large developers. You know, we have a lot of folks that are homegrown. We had testimony today. We all know the families that do this work. And if there's a way we can system, that would be great. Through the chair to the administration, if I could just get clarification of the response from legal regarding opt-out, opt-in from the question that the Councilor Bergman asked, because it's unclear to me how that relates to pausing this. It made me think that if we don't need to vote on it, why is it before us? So through the chair to the administration, you could just elaborate or restate your answer to Councilor Bergman's question, and I think the question was that there's opt-out provisions already in play.
Madam Solicitor?
Through the chair to the councilors, because this is a local opt-in option, in order to opt out, you have to take a vote by the council. That was not the recommendation before the council today. The recommendation was to pause implementation so that the city administration can work with developers and stakeholders and to incentivize and find ways to make this more practical.
Thank you so much. And when you say opt-out, does that mean opt-out of the stretch code in its entirety, or is that related to specific projects? In addition to that, the question through the chair to the administration is there also an opportunity for variances to be sought with respect to stretch code regulations through the chair?
Madam Solicitor?
Through the chair to the councilor. So this specific law does not allow exemptions of certain portions. It's an opt-in, as is the entire statute, or opt-out. So it also does not allow for variances. You have to adopt it and opt in exactly how it's presented.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We could just get a report back on the variance question as well. In writing, that'd be very much appreciated. This is an important decision, Mr. Chairman, to move forward without all sides of this matter being thoroughly discussed. I know it's before us for a vote. Certainly like to see it in committee for public hearing, Mr. Chairman, but we have an environmental piece. Councilor Louis Ojeda is chair of Urban Technology Innovation Environment, where Mr. Odell brings these sorts of issues forward. The Green Advisory Group, the Green Worcester Plan, that happens in that committee, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to see a review of that. Mr. Chairman, given the lack of this partial report, I'm going to hold this item, but I would like to see, is there a way we can make some carve-outs? We're giving folks tips and ties, et cetera, and I understand the challenges of housing and affordability. I'd also like a report back on, how rents are increasing or decreasing, and what that fluctuation has been pre and post, and not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of increases. Because if we're going to do this, we're going to be probably the first in the Commonwealth to pause the stretch code. Who knows, maybe New England. We should have all the information, Mr. Chairman. So I'm holding this item for another week. And in the interim, I'm going to ask that the administration bring back the requested information in a week's time so that we can have a well-rounded decision here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Conomo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo, through the chair, I echo all of Councilor Bergman's comments, so I'm not going to repeat them all. I think they legitimize what we're trying to do here. Through the chair to the solicitor, in the opt-in, opt-out, the pause, is the opt-in, opt-out out of the specialized stretch code into the stretch code, or is it an opt-in, opt-out out of the whole ball of wax?
Madam Solicitor?
Through the chair, you would opt out of the specialized, and then it would be the stretch code.
It would be in the stretch code. Very good, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I wholeheartedly support this pause. I feel that Councilor King answered some of his own questions too as it comes to costs. How can we ask the building community to build product that is affordable when it's going to cost them more to go overseas to get product? Just the time alone. I see how it works out just in a single family home. Getting product here, getting product from there, if it's on back order, let alone trying to get National Grid out in a timely fashion to do the work that they need to do to get these projects up and underway. I also look at our Inspectional Services Department. They do a great job. But this will give them the opportunity to retool their inspectors, get them up to speeds. There's so many options available under the specialty stretch code. I think it's worth the pause. I think it's worth spurring additional development. If that's the case, I don't know if you could put a tangible number upon it as to how much added development this would bring in, but I know it's something that is needed here in our community, and I welcome it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council Toomey?
Thank you, Mr.
Ron.
Chair. Listening to some of this tonight, I'm reminded of the phrase, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. I got news for you. I'm not looking to be hit by any torpedoes. And so when anomalies arise in any project, pausing isn't a setback. It's actually a responsible sign of leadership. Taking the time to assess unexpected issues, protects public safety, prevents small problems from becoming costly failures, as mentioned, and ensures that decisions are based on accurate information. A brief pause allows us to identify root causes and reinforce accountability and move forward with confidence. In the long run, it leads to stronger, safer, and more successful outcomes. That's good leadership. That's good project management. And that's something that I think was outlined by Mr. Dunn, and I think is absolutely correct. And I 100% support doing this. I know it's being held, but I believe it makes an awful lot of sense to do this pause. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Bawala?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I know the city, this is something that the council had previously enacted. 57 communities in the state have adopted the specialized stretch code. 244 communities have adopted the stretch code. I'll echo what my colleague, Councilor King, said about that not all developers are equal. We certainly have some issues with even some of the smaller developers. There's a Polar Views went under. I have a building, there's a building in District 2 over on Hooper Street that is an absolute shambles, and it's really been unsafe for the neighborhood. So, you know, not all developers are equal. So I just wanted to say that. And a few questions through the chair to the city manager. Could you talk about some of the programs that, like through the Affordable Homes Act, are there still monies going towards climate resiliency from the state level? For example, like with the Affordable Homes Act, or has that been cut? I know that was part of their, funding climate resiliency goals, and also the program Climate Ready Housing through the EOHLC. Is that, could we, provide some insight on that, or?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, as part of the Affordable Homes Act, there was a number of programs, a number of regulations, a number of opportunities. More so, there was also potential bond bills as well that was provided to communities. A lot of these programs, as part of the state, require some of these regulations. And so that's become one of the kind of sticking points, is that to achieve these types of regulations, or to achieve these types of build with these regulations, there has to be significant subsidy included in it to offset the cost. And so that's where we're seeing a lot of these affordable units are taking multiple years to build, but also the cost to build those units are increasing significantly. And we're seeing that across the entire state. Also, these affordable homes has a limited amount of funding. So it's not like they have, an endless funding source for the entire state. So there is an aggressive effort across the state to be able to build housing. But one of the challenges is that they have a limited resource and limited opportunity. For example, just the HSTIP program alone, limits us, the city, in terms of what we can be awarded on an annual basis. We've been very successful in working with the administration to be able to get some HSTIP programs move quicker. But sometimes we've been able to, we've been hindered by the ability based on their allocation of funding. And so there's a number of programs. We can try to go through each individual one. But one of the biggest challenges is that a lot of these programs require the developer to meet some of these regulations. However, it requires that level of incentive. The city of Worcester does not have the level of incentive that the state has to be able to offset. And if you see some of our tie agreements that we do with some of the developers, they're very minimal. The one that was here tonight was 23% on average. That's very minimal cost that we're actually providing an incentive. Now, We can provide a bigger one, but there's also been conversations on the floor about us giving even more incentives to the developer, because again, all we can provide to a developer is tax incentives. And there's been a lot of discussion in community and on this floor of us doing that. So when we have developers that have hard money, they have their own money, it doesn't need the city's incentives, and they're willing to develop, but they're telling us they're having challenges based on costs related to the specialized stretch code, us coming in around and giving them a further incentive, when if we just think about the potential and the impact of the deregulation, can give them the opportunity to move forward. Those are the things that we outweigh. But again, the Affordable Homes Act and the number of funding, they're limited in terms of what they can provide across the state. But there also has certain regulations and certain requirements related to those that also increase the cost.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Yeah, it does give me concern just knowing that it seems like there hasn't really been a holistic conversation about pausing the stretch code. I know that there is sometimes, even referenced in the MIT Journal article that was referenced in the report, that says that there's, resistance from some developers against transitioning from conventional detached homes to less familiar green building codes. But one thing I just want to share is that it points out that from the report, in urban areas with fewer detached homes, multifamily homes are more prevalent. And, excuse me one second, that it just mentions that these, multifamily homes actually benefit more from green technology because there's a lot of shared walls, things like that. And again, Worcester's an environmental justice community. We're constantly battling with heat islands. I think it's important to try to continue our green goals, but I understand, especially when it comes to like our biotech stuff, how it can be challenging. I would appreciate more conversation on this, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. I rise only because, first I just want to say this report, I thought it was very good, informational. And there's just a few key points that I just want to point out why I think it's responsible of us to pause the stretch code. We're not talking about opting out or getting rid of it and none of that stuff. And just to start off real quick, I would just say to the chair, to the administration, is you would agree that that there's really no incremental benefits from the stretch code to the specialized stretch code in this short of a time. There's no shown, anything that the city is missing out on or benefiting from at the moment in time from the stretch code, the specialized stretch code.
Mr. Dunn.
Sure. Through the chair to the councilor, I think has been recognized by some other speakers tonight, because the specialized stretch code is so recent, to analyze both the costs as well as the benefits, it's really kind of hard to do that because you don't have a high volume of projects that have gone through the entire process and have that level of aggregate data to really draw conclusions on the overall cost benefit analysis. So what you're referring to, I think there's a lot of attention being paid to the upfront cost, the added upfront cost, and we do have some good primary source data for that in terms of the projects that have been attempting to get permitted over the last year and a half or so in Worcester. But to see, again, more of the long-term benefits, when you think about the additional enhancements that the specialized stretch code provides, there's often commentary about the overall future savings related to lower utility bills, reduced maintenance costs in the long term, potential improved comfort for the building occupants, but we just don't have that level of data because those are more longer term benefits to really be able to try to quantify or assess that. And I think, as was referenced by Councilor Economo, we do have, again, the stretch code that is still building very environmentally friendly and sustainable buildings. So there are those same kinds of benefits that you would expect from just generally more efficient buildings that we have been having for the last 15 years under the stretch code, and that would continue. It's really trying to then isolate what are those incremental benefits between that level of the stretch code and then the specialized stretch code that's really hard to try to quantify or measure at this time.
To the chair, to the administration, do you happen to have the numbers of how many developers are ready to swing the hammers once the specialized stretch code is paused?
Mr. Dunn.
Through the chair to the counselor, it's a little challenging to come up with a specific number on that. As was referenced in our report, what we do know is that there's over 2,500 units of housing that have been proposed or permitted in the city that have been delayed from their initial timeline. So I think it's reasonable to say that a number of those units, probably hundreds, if not over 1,000 of those units, could potentially get unlocked, see them move forward. But as was also described in the report, there are many, many variables that are affecting overall housing production feasibility right now. This is just one of those levers. As we know, many of those other variables are just not within our control. You have a war going on, you have tariffs going on, rising costs of materials, interest rates that are outside of our control, utility companies like National Grid outside of our control. So where we do have some things within our control at the local level related to regulations like this opt-in specialized stretch code, our conclusion is that maybe we should try to pull on one of those levers that are within our control to see if we can see some of that production get unlocked.
Thank you very much.
All set. Councilor King for a second time, followed by Councilor Bergman for a second time. You get 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that analysis, and I appreciate the questions by Councilor Rivera so that the administration could acknowledge the multiple variables affecting housing production, in addition to inflation, tariffs, construction pricing, et cetera. We heard from our Chief Development Officer here that there's a potential relief to one degree or another if the stretch code does what it's supposed to do regarding utilities. And that's one of the major things that's been before this body for quite some time. Folks are struggling out there, you know, and to kind of roll the dice and put off something that could have an impact down the road of significance is concerning to Mr. Chairman. That being said, I just would like to ask through the chair, within the specialized stretch code, are there options for appeals of aspects of that stretch code, or is it stringent? Because, you know, I had asked earlier about variances and the like, but is there an appeals process for these folks? And in addition to that, to the chair, to the Chief Financial Development Officer, what are we doing for our small developments? What sort of developers, what sort of incentives do we have for them as opposed to, you know, the folks that get most of things and higher, you know, tips and ties and things of that nature of our larger developments? Through the chair.
Mr. Dunn?
Sure. Through the chair to the council, I'll answer the second half of the question first, and then if it's okay with the mayor, I'd invite our Commissioner of Inspectional Services to comment on the appeal process that might exist for folks related to code interpretations. But as it relates to the smaller developers and what is available to them, the primary one I would say is the passive house incentive program through Mass Save. It does still have to be over 5 units, so it is still in that kind of middle range. If you were doing a single-family home or, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 family, you wouldn't be eligible for that, but it is eligible for the new construction passive house standards for multifamily developments over 5 units. It's capped at $5,000 per project on the feasibility study, so some of that initial design work and pre-development costs. And then related to the actual incentive for the construction of the units and complying with the specialized stretch code standards, the passive house standards, it's $3,000 per unit. So again, if you just use that like small project example of a 5-unit project, you're talking about a $15,000 incentive, which, as we know, that is not covering that added cost up front. And I think that's something that we're learning, again, as we've had some time now, some 18 months or so with the implementation, because I think when a lot of this was discussed at the beginning, I think there was some commentary or some hope that a lot of the incentives would either cover that additional upfront cost, and we're just not seeing that in practice over the last several months. And we also know that just recently there was a cut of $1 billion to the Mass Save program. So this incentive is part of the Mass Save program. It's not clear exactly how this program will be impacted. They talk a lot about some of the marketing or administration kind of costs of Mass Save, but there's been some I think insight that some of the incentives will also see cut, but also even if it was, primarily targeted at the administration or the marketing, then you're talking about more limited awareness, limited efficiencies in administering the incentive, even if this program doesn't get totally impacted by that $1 billion cut. But I guess as a whole, we're just not seeing the level of incentives necessary to really cover those upfront costs in a predictable way. But at the local level, as you noted, we just are limited in what we have available, the tools that we have in our toolbox at the local level. We often rely on those state and federal programs for the level of depth of subsidy or depth of incentive necessary to cover those costs. We do have some small tax relief programs, as you know. As the manager mentioned, with the HDIP program, we're limited to 1 to 2 per year. So when we talk about 2,500 units that are currently delayed, we can't just kind of try to wave a magic wand and give them all an HDIP to cover those costs and try to support all those projects.
Thank you. The second part?
Mr. Commissioner?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. Regarding the variance process for the specialized code, this is a code that is brought in by the Department of Energy. However, it falls underneath the building code and the BBRS. So the appeals process is the same as any type of building code appeal, is that you would appeal it to the BCAB, the Building Code Appeals Board.
Could you just repeat? I couldn't hear.
The appeals go to the Building Code Appeals Board, or BCAB.
So there are aspects that can
Yes.
be appealed?
All aspects in the code are able to be appealed, same as all the building code items. It's just heard by a different board.
And so it would effectively pause portions and aspects of the stretch code for that particular entity that brings it forward for the appeals request, correct? Through the chair?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, no.
No.
Right now, if the code is adopted and we have it in place, if applicants or developers want to have an exemption from this code, they would appeal it to the Building Code Appeals Board.
Okay. Thank you.
You have 1 minute left.
Mr. Chairman, again, as stated by our Chief Development Officer, we have not been able to conduct a cost-benefit analysis due to the newness of this. And I look forward for more information. I look forward to the motions that I put forward being honored. It's good to know that there is an appeals process, so there's some pausation possible on relative matters. And again, I'm looking forward to a holistic, comprehensive vote with all the information necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Bergman for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to be very brief. I hear the concerns that are being passed around regarding our goals for environmental justice, our goals for the green energy plan. Our goals by 2030, 100% renewable energy, 2035, 100% renewable electricity, 2045, 100% renewable energy in all sectors. These are lofty goals, maybe reachable, maybe not, but they're goals. I would say none of that, to me, equates with helping the average person that needs an apartment. And what my concern is, and I would hope my colleagues as well, is that these 2,500 or so units, some of which are being held up because of the confusion and the inability to comply with the specialized stretch code, those would not be held up were we to take this pause. I would also say that I'm a little familiar with the appeals process that our commissioner just spoke about. And although it may exist under these circumstances, it's still a lengthy process, and I'm going to suggest that developers that don't have to do business only in Worcester are going to be less likely to be excited about appealing a decision by the building department that they have to comply with a component of the specialized stretch code. But the real purpose I'm standing up is I don't think it's fair for the city manager and the chief economic development officer to be put in a position where they're making the decision without our taking a vote of some sort. And I should have been clear when I initially asked the city solicitor the question about whether we're opting in or opting out and whether we even have to take a vote. We voted to opt in, and I think it's only appropriate that we vote to support the position of the Chief Development Officer and the City Manager to support their recommendation for the pause, for the 20-month pause. So when this comes back after the motions are responded to, and it's a 2-week break, not a 1-week break, my motion is that we take a vote to support the report and the City Manager and the Chief Development Officer's request for the pause. Thank you.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the Peter Dunn, the Economic Development Office, for this report. I think it's pretty much lays it out pretty good, exactly some of the consequences, some of the challenges. I remember when we voted this community, the stretch code, the specialized stretch code, people were concerned in the community, but we figured we'd give it a shot, see what came up. People came to the microphone, they had some concerns, some challenges that we're going to face, but we thought as a council, some councils had concerns too. But we decided to go forth with this and implement it, and I think Peter Dunn's done a great job trying to balance the pros and the cons of both sides, because we've come a long way with the Worcester Green Plan. We have a ways to go, there's no question about it. But you're right, Mr. Chairman, you said people are struggling out there. This is about efforts for housing development here in the city of Worcester. It's about affordability, it's about jobs, if you really think about it. The more we can get this done, the more we can bring developers in here. You heard the developers here tonight. I didn't know them, but they spoke. We're pretty honest with what they're facing. And I thought it was pretty interesting, some of this report, that it says here on one of the pages here, projects have also been reported added costs and challenges in some of the buildings, materials required for compliance. Mr. Dunn, maybe you can give a little more elaborate on that. I know it was brought up when the speakers, I thought, said about the air conditioning. That's, I think here you mentioned some people have to go to Europe to buy the supplies. So there's a lot of different things that go into this.
Chief Development Officer, Mr. Dunn.
Sure, through the chair to the mayor. I think some of the HVAC-related things is more on the commercial side of things, as was referenced by Mass Biomedical Initiatives, John Weaver tonight. On the residential side of things, again, sometimes you hear different commentary about it, but I think it's really important that we're talking about the differential between the stretch code and the specialized stretch code.
Yeah.
And the key piece there that we are seeing on materials are the windows. So to your point, almost I think every single project that we had reached out to get input on this is that the sourcing of those windows to comply with those standards right now are basically just coming from Europe. There could be some U.S. manufacturers that can do it, but in terms of the availability to meet, the demands in terms of the supply, when they need it, what is the cost of it, every single project we talked to said that they're sourcing those windows from Europe. And what's interesting, because we talk about incentives and affordable housing, federal resources, and the like to help stimulate housing production, but when you're getting federal financial assistance, you have to comply with the Buy America, Build America Act. We have literally had some developers return commitments of funds that we have offered to projects because they cannot comply with Buy America, Build America, and the specialized stretch code. So that's the conflicting nature of how some of these goals don't always align or work in the same direction. And then the other kind of piece on the building systems for specialized stretch code is really the standards for the envelope of the building. So there's different level of technology for the assembly system, the wall systems, and that can be a challenge to source those because it is fairly new technology. So those are the key things that we're seeing right now. In addition to, I know we didn't talk a lot about it, but as we reference in the report, is really the soft costs involved. So the sub-consultants necessary, often beyond just the project architect, they need to bring on sub-consultants that are specialized in energy efficiency to produce all of the compliance documentation, and that's adding significant costs on the design side of things as well.
I think you said $100,000 to $1 million, depending on the soft cost. That's a soft cost.
Total cost would be that range, but we are seeing six-figure kind of costs for the larger multifamilies on the consultants involved.
And who knows what tariff will be implemented tomorrow? It could be tripled. It could be tripled tomorrow. So, it's not just the stretch code, it's specialized stretch code. There's a lot of factors that go into development here in the city of Worcester. A lot of costs. You look at the tariff situation, that's cost. You look at the supply chain, that is costs. You look at, and this is, you got to remember, even the commercial here, you got to think about it. We're competing with, like I think was said tonight, that in a 30-mile radius, we're the only city, or could say town, that have these specialized stretch codes in a 30-mile radius. And that was mentioned tonight. I don't know if that's true, but that was mentioned. And if that's true, then we're competing. And we're competing. Why? Look at the commercial tax rate. We talk about bringing businesses in here. This is another thing why business doesn't want to come here. This is our chance to bring businesses here, bring developers here, because in other parts of the state, other cities are struggling, and their numbers are way down because of some of the policies they've set. And they're not developing in those cities anymore. And we are only 2 out of 26 gateway cities that have done this, Worcester and Salem. And so, because it's higher, the cost is higher in the gateway cities. It's higher than it is in other cities and towns, in the gateway cities. It's higher. So, I mean, this is a good report, a lot of information here, and this is important. Remember, this council put a lot of time into the Worcester Green Plan, and the city administration put a lot of time into the Worcester Green Plan. We're not throwing it away. We're just asking for a pause here to see if we can get development here, because this is about affordability, it's about jobs, it's about, and we didn't even talk about National Grid. This isn't a criticism, but maybe it is, but it's an impediment to a lot of businesses, National Grid, to hook up on the power, especially when it comes to this. They don't have the equipment or the resources to do everything we want them to do. Is that correct, Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the mayor, we could spend a lot of time talking
Okay,
about
well,
National
just
Grid
at the high
experience, but
level.
no, you're right. Just generally speaking, what we're seeing in terms of the demands on that utility company, mostly for the new construction and expanded service. In almost every case, it's requiring additional transformers, new transformers. The supply chains have eased a little bit. It was very challenging right after the pandemic, just sourcing the transformers from the original equipment manufacturers. So that's speeding up a little bit, but the cost involved is 6 figures. We had one example of a downtown conversion of an underutilized office building into housing that was over $1 million to National Grid. So there's costs related to their equipment, and then really the ability for them to keep up with everything going on in the city and the entire territory that they cover, for their folks that handle the design side, to keep up with the design necessary to support these projects, and then mobilizing the work on their side has been a real challenge for development projects in the city.
Mayor Petty.
And I know energy, with the highest cost in the nation is Massachusetts. The highest cost in the nation is energy. And that goes all into whether commercial property owners or even developers are going to come here. So things this is a balanced approach. I think it's a good report. There's a lot of information in this report and to make a decision on. So I look forward to taking the vote or support it the next meeting. Thank you.
At-large Councilor Satra Meechan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and through you to Mr. Dunn. I just want to let you know that you have given us a very good report. I mean, I was all clear about the aspect of enforcing the powers of the specialized stretch code, and I think it's something that I hope this council will agree with, because it's going to help us all for what we need right now. My only one question that comes to my mind, that maybe based on the current situation, maybe based on in the pipeline that all the builders or the developers that you or Mr. Manager have been talking, what's your judgment? Like, if you have any judgment on this, that let's say if the council don't pause and not favor this, do you think that the builders, maybe some of them are not going to be building anything, they're going to walk out of this? Is that something, you have any such feeling? I mean, that, or you think they'll find an alternate way and still continue with this process that we have? I know it's very important for us to give them that break. I know it will help us, but do you have any idea about what's the builders or developers' gut feeling about this?
Sorry, Mr. Dunn?
Through the chair to the councilor, I think it's, as you would expect, pretty unanimous support from the development community. Anything that's going to reduce costs, help their projects in terms of feasibility. Again, with the amount of units that we're tracking that have been delayed from their initial timeline, there are a number of different variables that are affecting the overall feasibility of those projects moving forward. This is one of those levers that could be helpful in moving that along. I think when we talk about sort of the time frame and just the industry adoption, I know it was referenced by some previously about like just the learning curve and the ubiquitousness of this and the adoption and bringing folks up to speed in terms of widespread knowledge for those consultants that are involved in producing the compliance documentation, the supplies of the equipment that's necessary, and the trades getting as familiar as possible, as well as other folks in the whole development ecosystem. So I think by just letting that play out a little bit, having that more widespread adoption will help in terms of just reducing the burden of it as well.
Well, thank you so much. I think I would hope that we all will understand that this is just a pause, just for 12 months or 20 months, and then we're going to be going back to what we think should be the best thing for our city to develop. And it's a great cause for us to see that economic development goes through without any delay, and this would probably make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Dunn, for your excellent report and explanation and everything that you always do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Council, this will be on the calendar next time too, Councilor Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Shimmy. I wish it weren't on the calendar next time. I wish we could make a decision instead of holding as often as we do important items, okay? I mean, the councilor has that choice, and he has that right, and, it's fine, but it just happens too often in this city council that we just can't make a decision. And I think we know where the votes are here. We all know where the votes are here, so we wait 2 more weeks. But, Worcester's become a very popular city. We ought to all be proud, the administration, the city council, the school committee, the residents in the city, renters and homeowners, and everyone associated with the city of Worcester. It's become very popular. Our population's going up. People are moving here. That's wonderful. And you know what? They need places to live. We've talked about it, many times, for years. They need places to live. Why would we try to, this is only a pause, by the way. This is not, let's throw the thing out. It's just a pause. But why would we try to slow down development here in the city of Worcester instead of doing a pause? I mean, the pause is okay, I don't know, a year, 20 months, whatever it is. It's a good idea. It's going to help, according to the report, and, Mr. Dunn and the city manager, it may help. It probably will help to some degree for us to spur development here in the city of Worcester. It's a good thing to make the pause. And I think if you asked all the people in Worcester, because I heard some people say, council say, we have to help people out who are needy and so on. And I understand that, and I want to do that. But a lot of those needy people need a place to live here in the city of Worcester. So let's help them if we can. Let's encourage the developers not to go to other cities and towns, to come to the popular city of Worcester, where people obviously want to be. They want to live here, which is amazing because we don't have enough housing for them to live here. But I certainly won't do anything unless it's a breaking of the responsible development ordinance. If that comes up, then I will say, wait, let's slow down. But besides that, I'm not going to do anything that's going to, slow development down, residential units. I think we've got to do anything we can to encourage it. So we'll see. Maybe in 20 months, we may say, hey, this has worked out great. Let's pause it again. Let's do away with it. Oh, bring it back because we were wrong a couple of years earlier to even pause it. But the right thing to do now is to pause the specialized stretch code. And you know what? The right thing is to pause it tonight. So before we take any votes, and I know Councilor King has asked for some orders, and I don't know where the manager stands. You've got 2 weeks, I guess, to get all that information together.
Gary Rosen's recognized.
Well, you referenced me. I have a right to respond. I'll wait.
No, hang on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But I don't know if the city manager can come back with all those reports. And, it's really not necessary. The vote should be taken tonight. He has 2,000 requests for reports, and after I look at tonight's agenda, it's going to be 2,045 more, I think. So he has enough to do. We know where the votes are now. Why would you hold it? There's no need to hold it. Let's get it done. Let's get it done tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Rivera?
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order.
There's no real point of order.
Just a point of order. I was referenced specifically, and I have a right to respond to it.
Okay, no, you're not
based on
wrong
the
there.
rules.
Okay.
I'd like to
Go
respond.
ahead.
All right, just through the chair to the administration, I just want to clarify, I need to clarify something because I heard a lot of things tonight and stuff. Is it safe to say that pausing the specialized stretch code would help developers build more affordable housing, therefore offer more affordable housing to the residents of Worcester? Because the other thing I'm hearing is that it's
Mr.
going to
Dunn?
be more affordable if we don't, you know.
Through the chair to the councilor, I can elaborate on the distinction between those two perspectives.
Thank you.
I think the conclusion of those perspectives is open to further, I guess, data in terms of as we see this kind of play out over time. I think those who say that it could enable folks to deliver more affordability now is because the upfront costs are not incurred. So by nature of trying to make sure that you can cover your construction costs, cover the debt service involved in the development of a property, you're trying to make sure that the rents support that. So if your costs are higher, you're likely going to try to charge higher rent on the front end. And then I think the other perspective about more affordability, if this continues and to have as much energy efficiency as possible, is long-term anticipation of potential lower utility bills for the occupants of the property. So I think that, again, it's up to kind of how you weigh those two different perspectives about short-term versus long-term, and the order of magnitude of that to come to a conclusion on whether it's more affordable or not more affordable.
I mean, I'm racking my head because my lowest bill this winter was $663. My highest was $750. So how is that affordable for the residents of Worcester? I mean, my thing is, we ran on bringing housing to the city of Worcester, bringing business to the city of Worcester, and expanding the tax base. And I think this checks all the boxes. Let's pause it and let's move forward, please.
Thank you. Councilor King, want to respond to Councilor Rosen, but not to the
Thank
item?
you, Mr. Chairman. I was referenced and as relates to holding this unnecessarily. And I'm going to reiterate, as the public who views this can see, the questions pertaining to the impacts on the environment, the impact on the Green Worcester plan, and the impact on timelines and goals has been unanswered. It's been unaddressed by the majority of the comments made here tonight. So yes, we should take a vote, but it's not tonight. We need a report, and if this, and again, this does not include that. We have a chief sustainability officer that's responsible for that plan and is specifically involved with the stretch code as testified today by the city manager, and none of that's in here. And he's not here. I don't see him. Maybe he's online. I don't know. But he's not here. So it's not the night to take the vote. The night to take the vote is when we have a full picture on something so important, particularly when you have a chief development officer that just now could not state unequivocally the impact of pausing this would be. And that's why he stated both sides of the equation, to the direct line of questioning by one of my fellow colleagues. So I want to be clear. This isn't holding it for no purpose. This is purposeful, and there's questions that are asked. And if the city manager provides that, we'll have the full information, and that should actually go to committee for a public hearing like everything else. I'm not quite sure what we're doing here. And again, the reference that there's no cost analysis that can be done is important to note, but this is not being held on a whim and for any other reason. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we'll get on the reports that are requested. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're going to hold Council Bergman's order on supporting the report and also the report itself. And but I guess it's going to be in the council, it won't be in committee. So this is we're going to do the work is right here, I guess, all the time. So we are going to. Okay, so that's all held. We get the report, and we're going on. Transmitting information communication relative to potholes. Councilor Economo, followed by Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number one, I just want to say thanks to the commissioner, thanks to the city manager for bringing this forward. I appreciate it very much. As recently as this morning, in my meeting with the commissioner, we talked about potholes and how do we get ahead of it. And I think some of the steps the commissioner's working on in Public Works and in traffic and mobility, they're starting to hit their stride on it. And a lot of it has to do with maintenance up front to help our asphalt last longer. But still, in my conversation this morning, I still encouraged the commissioner to look at avenues now, today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday of this week, Saturday, which I was happy to see about the overtime offering. What can we do immediately to help alleviate this problem? And it's not that it just happened this year. This is cumulative over many years. But some of the ideas that I brought forward was, hey, I'll bring it forward again. Do we get rid of the 311 list? Because crews are going all over the city and are not being effective as they can be. For instance, they could be doing potholes in this area here, yet there's more potholes at the other end of the building, and they're not doing those. Ineffective. If you owned a small business and you were doing this, you'd be out of business. You'd be long gone because you're not working effectively. Whether we do main arteries first, secondary arteries, neighborhoods, whether we put crews with our street sweeping crews, because then we can work street to street. And I would also go back to a conversation I had prior was in regards to working with our sanitation departments. Swarm everybody on the Monday route. Swarm everybody on the Tuesday route. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and so on, until we get ahead of it. I am encouraged to read through here, like I said, the pavement management system, which is great. I appreciate the offering of overtime to our crews who are doing the work. And on top of that, I appreciate the line here to looking at private, enlisting private enterprise to be part of our solution. I think everything has to be on the table. It has to be on the table now. There are areas in this city, I'm just going to use a route I travel on a regular basis, West Boylston Street at Brook Street, right up along the right travel lane. There are 3 or 4 potholes. You can't travel more than 1 mile, 2 miles per hour because you need to literally come to just about a stop to dump into one pothole, come out of it, dump into the next one, come out of that, and come into the next pothole. It's that bad. And that should not be something that we should be dealing with on a main artery. I appreciate the report. I appreciate the conversation this morning with the commissioner. I think we're moving in the right direction. I would just like to see it moving a little quicker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera?
Thank you. I as well, very happy with the report, positive. I think at the end of the day, next winter, the residents will decide the outcome of this. I do have a couple questions for the commissioner. It's very
Commissioner.
simple, to the point. I do like, real quick, to read the conclusion. Our report says, Worcester potholes challenges are the result of multiple overlapping factors, including climate, aging infrastructures, historic funding levels, and operational constraints. And like I said, the direction that that the city is going in with this, I think I'm very hopeful for. But there's just a couple questions that I'd like to touch on through the chair, to the administration, commissioner. Is I know a lot of the residents' concern is the closing of 311 tickets that have not been attended to. Do we have a solution to that, or something to be working towards that?
Through the chair, that is something that we have been looking at. That was primarily an issue for us during our snow operations, but it's also an issue here, and we need to do a better job, and we have been reinforcing that with our team.
And the next question would be is, does the city have a time after a ticket's open for a pothole, let's say? Does the city have a time limit on when they have to have that pothole fixed by?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, we have had some 4,500 work orders for potholes. And only just at the beginning of March did the snow fully melt. So since then, we have been going full force, up to 10 crews a day, patching those potholes as quickly and efficiently as we can. One of the issues that we faced was that the local asphalt plants have not opened until the last week or so. So every morning we were going into Boston to pick up the hot mix. So that was a major constraint for us. We lost 2 hours every day just in picking up the materials. That's why you'll see in my report, I had asked for support for us to be able to make our own hot mix asphalt in the wintertime, save all that that time. So now, because we are doing street sweeping, it's the same crew, so we're down to 1 to 3 crews every day to be able to patch potholes. Today we had 3, we were very fortunate. We did the Washington Square area and a couple of others. But yesterday, for example, because of the sanitation needs, we didn't have any pothole crews out. So I can't give you a specific time.
Okay,
We
gotcha.
do our best to get out there.
I just didn't know if there was a time limit based on the 301 ticket being open that the city has to respond. Because I remember when I first started calling 311, the response was tremendous, like same day taking care of roads. And then now it's become, it's on a waiting list because you guys are inundated with so many calls for the potholes, like you mentioned, so many. So, that's why I asked. Thank you.
Through the chair, some requests we're able to respond to immediately, but other requests, when we've got over 4,000 of them, it takes us more time to get to. And if I could, Mr. Mayor, just address comments that were made earlier. I appreciate the support by a Councilor Economou. The DPW can do a better job, and we're committed to doing a better job. And that's through new materials, support to make our own hot mix asphalt, and continued investment in the pavement management program. One of the things that we have realized is that following the 311 work order requests leads to some of the problems that we've seen where we would patch some of the potholes on a road and not the other potholes on that same road. It's because we prioritize the list and we're going through and hitting the oldest ones first. So we're going to pivot and follow the sanitation routes so that we can attack certain areas of the city. And as was stated, the mains are more important because that's what sees the most vehicles and the most impact to the efficient movement of our vehicles.
Okay, Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the councilor, I think one of the things, just to go back to the question from Councilor Rivera related to amount of time that we have. Oftentimes we have a practice of us, the DPW having about 48 hours to repair that pothole, or a reasonable time. But if there's no hot mix available, then it impacts our 48 hours, then sometimes that prolongs our ability to even get out there. And so that process happens through the claims in the law department, where they evaluate that and they make that determination on something, whether the city is liable for that or that's something that then the DPW can then respond to. So again, we always want to be within the 48-hour mark, but sometimes it's impossible to be able. But I think this approach in the conversations with the commissioner, including also the conversations with Councilor Economou, the approach to, and I know it's going to be challenging, right? Because there are going to be residents that perhaps tomorrow or the next day are going to submit a request on a pothole in Friday's route. But if we want to take in a proactive approach to really address the whole city, we got to put all of our efforts on one particular route, address all those streets, and then work our way through the city. Which means that some potholes are going to take some time for us to be able to get to that area of the city. But we feel as though that's a proactive approach to address as much as we can the entire city, and that's going to be a combination of current staff during the day, overtime, but also utilizing some private contractors to help address some of these areas, especially starting with the main arterials. So we're going to take a different approach, but unfortunately, it may be where, as people file 311 requests, we may not get to that for a number of days as we go through the routes.
Okay. Okay. Council Mitra?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Commissioner Westerling, I think you gave a report. I read about it. I think your first line, when I read it, says potholes are an unavoidable byproduct of maintaining a large, aging roadway network in New England, a region known for its seasonal inclement weather. I understand that. I understand we live in an area where things are we're more prone to get these potholes. But I think we all also know from the residents, from our constituents, what we hear, that it is a severe issue. It's an issue that people are causing the safety, their health issues. There could be so many things that it could cause when you go over the pothole. It's not only the car that's getting damaged, but it also impacts the health. I think we do have to come up with a plan. I read a few weeks back in the Telegram and Gazette that the city's mission is to take care of all the potholes. It's a mission. I was very happy to read that. But I think the way we read it, it looks like we are coming up with an excuse that we live in that kind of a city where it becomes very difficult to take care of, resolve this problem. That should not be, in my opinion, our approach. Our approach should be no matter what condition we are in, we know what condition we are in, then we've got to find a way. Every problem can be solved if we put our minds together, heads together, and think of the possibilities available today. Now, you have given here how many potholes are there. You're saying about 4,000. I think that's probably because of the reports coming from 311 or the residents calling saying, I got a pothole in front of my street. You're counting that. I had said some time back that let's not be reactive. Let's be proactive. There are ways that this city can find out how many potholes are there in the entire city. There's a way to find that out. I had mentioned that. I think we have to take an approach to have an inventory of how many potholes this city really has, and then how many potholes really you can do in a week, in a month. Have some idea based on your resources, based on your workforce, how many we can do, and then determine how many months it will take for us to really take care of the ones that we have in our hands. Because I know it's a recurring system. Next winter, again, we'll have some. But let's take care of what we have, because people are thinking, there is an outside there, the constituents, the residents have a notion that we are neglecting it. We are not really paying enough attention to fix this, because every time we go, there is still potholes. So mission should be taken, I think, a little bit seriously, Mr. Manager. I would also say to the commissioner that no matter, you're making good efforts, but I think it's not, messages out there is a little bit different, because we hear that. We get the call saying that DPW is not doing the job that we expect it to do. We don't want to hear that. We want to say that, hey, we have a great DPW division. And I think you do your best, but I want to see that we have a plan. The plan that tells us that, yes, we can solve it no matter what condition we live, no matter what kind of city we live, no matter what kind of weather we have. We know all this. Knowing all this, knowing our problems, I think we should be able to come up with the solution. I don't think we can give an excuse that we live in a condition that we cannot really resolve it. That's not the way I think we should approach. So I would like to see that, we have a proactive approach. We have an idea about how many potholes this city has, and we put our forces out there based on so many per week, so many per month, really to get it taken care of. I really want this city to be a city with no potholes. I mean, it will arise, it will emerge, but we'll attack them again with a plan. If we don't have a plan, if we cannot say, Councilor Rivera asked you, do you have a timeline? I know you said that, no, I cannot give you the timeline because we're doing our best. I appreciate you doing your best, but I think we should have a timeline. I think we should have an answer that, hey, I think the way I'm planning, by next 8 or 9 months, everything will be taken care of. I'll be so happy if that happens. I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just giving what I would do, what suggestion I can offer you. Maybe it will help. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
If I may
Commissioner.
reply. You are correct. We do need a plan, and the plan was approved by the city council last January. Well, the report was put out last January, and it was the pavement management plan. Potholes are not the root cause. They are a symptom of the problem. And that root cause is that we've got aging roadways. Many are beyond their service life. That pavement management plan that was produced last year showed that we have an existing pavement condition index, or PCI, of 70 when that was produced. And in order to make improvements in that pavement condition index, in the overall condition of the roads, they were recommending $19 million a year, which we're going to invest this year. The past 7 years, we've only invested $13 million a year. And what that report showed was that if you're investing $13 million a year, you can expect that your PCI is going to degrade over time. And that degradation of the PCI is not only rougher roads, but it's more potholes in those roads. So there is a plan that we are looking to implement that, and that's why the city this year, we believe, will be approaching that $19 million investment.
Okay. Thank you. Council Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just let me start off by saying a couple complimentary things. I do think Commissioner Westerling is a professional. I think he takes his job seriously. I have at times been very critical of what I see as a failure in the ability to do certain things that I like to see done better, and I'm not going to shy away from that. But I just want to be clear, it's not personal. I like John. I misspoke on a prior occasion of something I attributed a quote to him, and I apologize in person, and will do so publicly when we come up to the budget time, and I told him so. But I will say that I've seen reports like this, not the same report. And starting or following up what Councilor Mitra had said, to me, I don't see a game plan here that I think is going to be a winning game plan. I hope I'm wrong. So let me just, through the chair, ask Commissioner Westerling, do we know how many potholes in a given year we filled? And let's use 2025 as an example.
Through the chair, in the report, on the second page, in 2020, there were 1,750 work order requests, and it went to the following year, 1,700, 2,600, 2,200, 3,900, 3,700, and this year, 4,500. So it has been an increase over those past 6 years.
So the reason why thank you. The reason why I ask those questions seems to me more potholes get created in a given year than we're filling, if I'm interpreting those numbers correctly. So through the chair, is that correct?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, I don't know if all of those were filled in those years, but certainly there are more potholes every year, and I don't know if that's because previous years' potholes weren't filled or the roads are just degrading. And
So if more potholes develop over a year that are being filled, it's a net loss of being able to fill potholes unless we increase the number of people that are able to fill the potholes. In my very non-engineered logic. So let me ask another question through the chair. One of the things that I think
hang
to
on for
make
one
this...
second. Mr. Manager?
I just want to touch on that real quick before you go on to the next question and the next topic. One of the things that we're also realized that is not spoken clearly in the report, and we'd be happy to bring forward a report to analyze the impacts of it, is that providing the accessibility for residents to report incidences or requests has been exponentially increased over the last 3 years because of the addition of 311. Historically, the only way residents could report any potholes, they would have to call 508-929-1300 if they knew the number, right? If they remembered to call or whatever, providing, and that's where you see the big jump here in 22 to 23, 24, and 20. Those are the years that you saw the implementation of 311. Now you implement a 311 phone number that becomes successful. You implement an application that had now, not just in potholes, but we look at overall the requests that are coming through the 311 application, and the 311 number has doubled, if not tripled, the number from what historically the city would ever receive related to the 929-1300 number. So I think providing that access, which is exactly what we wanted to do, provide access to our residents to be able to submit these requests, has provided that increase. But now, one of the things that we've realized is that we need to do better in adjusting our operations to be able to provide our services to that demand of requests that's coming in. And we're seeing, in combination with also the aging infrastructure. So there's a combination of things that are happening, but I think one of the things that happened was that 311 shift as well.
And I appreciate that, but, and I'm not suggesting that there are double the amount of potholes in 2025 that there were 2020, but there could be, and certainly making it easier for people to report them is the right thing to do. And if they exist, whether people couldn't report them in the past and are now reporting them more easily now. But clearly, between 2010, 2020, Worcester's population grew by more than any other city or town in Massachusetts, and with that comes more vehicles. So we know that the trend is likely to go higher. So through the chair, if I may, to the commissioner, my belief is this has to be a partnership, not just between the city council and you, Mr. Commissioner, but your staff. And one of the things that frustrates your employees, and one of the things that frustrates me to no end is to the manager's comment a moment ago. People are calling this in, but do any of the DPW workers call these in? I mean, they're driving all around the city. I never hear somebody tell me that got called in by a worker. Why aren't workers, is my question, why aren't your workers that are charged with filling in potholes, calling in potholes that they see? And if I'm wrong and they do call them in, I'd love to know it.
So through the chair, I don't have that specific information this evening. If they are identifying potholes, they are reporting that to their foreman or their managers. They will not likely be using the 311 system because that just adds a layer of difficulty in trying to get those filled. So I can find out if that's how they are being reported. I suspect that that's the way that they are being reported through their foreman.
What I'd like through the chair, the commissioner, if it's possible, is I wouldn't like just a general comment they're getting called in. I'd like to know if there's a method for them to call in, and if there's a method for them to report it, how many people have actually done it. Because again, if this isn't going to be a partnership, if somebody that worked for a division of DPW just drives over a massive pothole, drives around it, and leaves it for the next sucker like me or one of my colleagues to lose a tire over it, that's not right. It just isn't. And I feel that way, and I feel strongly about it. So I hope there's a process, and I hope people are actually calling that in. And if I'm wrong, and there is a process in there calling it in, I'm glad that I asked the question. I'm glad to find that out. The other thing I'd like to ask as well is, and it kind of got glossed over, and it's been a big issue for me, and I think you know the question that's coming, through the chair of the commissioner, where in the report or in your thought process on moving forward, is there a way to ensure that in an area where there are multiple potholes, one doesn't get overlooked while the other one gets done? Because that also is something that I've, probably talked more on than I want to. And that constituents tell me all the time, I've witnessed it myself, and I don't see any mechanism in here to make sure that doesn't happen, or any mechanism that the consequences of that happening are X, Y, or Z. So through the chair to the commissioner.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, we are pivoting from prioritizing 311 work orders and going to be following sanitation routes so that we don't end up with a work order to fill 5 potholes on the street that may have 15, where their priority or their focus would be on those 5 potholes. In this case now, they'll be able to go to a certain street and go from beginning to end and fill all the potholes there. So that's the pivot that we're making.
Okay, so.
You're on your second 5?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So through the chair of the commissioner, I don't do well with words like that, and I'm not faulting you for using it. I don't know what pivot really means concretely. What I'm asking is, with the snowplow operations, there's an inspector and there's a supervisor. I'm not always in favor of the number of levels of supervision, but at least understand it, that somebody's making sure that something's getting done correctly. Who's inspecting the new, this pivot as you're describing of moving away from 311 calls? Because to me, whether somebody's responding to a 311 call or they're responding to a new system of how you address potholes, they're either going to be conscientious enough to fill all the holes they're supposed to, or they're not. And I want to know if they're not, which has been in the past, even though previous commissioners in your spot have told me, Council Bergman, that does not happen over and over again, and it does happen, and I know what happens. So I trust you won't say that, because I think you know what happens too. What I'm trying to find out is, going forward, how are we going to prevent that from happening, other than our best hopes and wishes that people are going to be conscientious? And I hope they are.
Commissioner?
So, through the chair, we are abandoning the process of creating work orders for 311 and going to a process of filling potholes based on sanitation routes. There will either be a foreman with a laborer on the actual pothole crew, or if it's a driver and a laborer, then there will be a foreman following to make sure that they have completed all the pothole repairs on a specific route.
Okay, well, I appreciate there's going to be some more levels of supervision, because I think that's been missing in the past. And there are many, many, many good workers that work for DPW. I'm not suggesting there aren't. I'm just suggesting that the skipping potholes when they're within vicinity of other potholes is something that happens more often than it should. Well, the only other thing I would like to add is just consistent with what my colleague Councilor Mitra had to say is, I know where we have had, severe climate. Worcester is known for that. We have more volume than ever. And I know that your recommendation on the last page, Commissioner, is that DPW, that the goal, the right combination of funding, policy, and operational improvements, with the right combination of funding, policy, and operational improvements, the municipality is well positioned to reduce pothole frequency. I sincerely hope so. I've said this in the past. I'm more than willing to support all of them, funding, policy, and operational improvements. I'm not convinced, however, that it's only about funding. I think there needs to be some sort of attitude adjustment or change, that this is a serious, serious issue, and that we can't just gloss over it. And I guess I do have one last question. I have 3 minutes, and I hopefully only take one more minute. It says here that one of the past things we used to do is we used to go after worst roads first, or worst first roads. I'm not so sure that's a problem. I mean, if there's a road that's in terrible shape, even though it may not have the traffic that a main road has, I don't know how you evaluate what's going to cause more harm to more vehicles. The side street that has a severe hole, or the main road that has less severe hole. So in the future, going forward, how would you prioritize which streets are going to get the potholes fixed first, assuming there's, as I described, a side street with a severe pothole versus a main road with a less severe pothole? Who gets treated first?
Commissioner?
So, through the chair, the worst first refers to the fact that the city, before January of last year, did not have an approach for pavement preservation. So what would happen is that roads would not be preserved. There was no crack sealing before 2022. There were no other efforts for pavement preservation. So the roads would fall to PCI levels that were unacceptable. So those, by worst first, that's what's meant. It's not that we would now do better roads than worst first, but it was that there was no pavement preservation. And that's why, thankfully, last year, the City Council approved the pavement management plan, because there are pavement preservation techniques in there, so that we're not waiting for a pavement to fully degrade to the point where it needs to be full-depth reconstruction, but we're doing pavement preservation to extend the life of roads, thereby increasing the PCI.
And I appreciate your explanation, because I would not have thought that's what that meant. But I still would like the question answered. Going forward, post-2022, how are you going to prioritize those two scenarios I gave you?
So through the chair, the DTM and the DPW work collaboratively to select roads for both pavement preservation and for full-depth reconstruction and other techniques. There's also the city councilor or district councilor selections. So we work collaboratively. Again, we don't do roads that don't need to have reconstruction, Those roads would be selected for pavement preservation, and the pavement reconstruction is a collaboration between those two departments looking at the pavement condition index overall. And we do have a map, and it's online, where you can look at the pavement condition index, but picking pavement condition index for the right treatments.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner.
And we have Councilor Fazol, followed by Councilor King, Rosen, Bellotta, and Economo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Commissioner. I'm glad that you brought up the fact that you had to go to Boston, East Boston, to pick up the asphalt. Once I told a lot of the constituents that would bring up potholes to me that it seemed like, we were lagging in addressing them. And I told them that. They understood it. One other point, educate the public and myself. You drive from Boston, you come here, it's an hour or so. Does the asphalt cool off? Is that, does that allow for success with that asphalt to fill the pothole?
Commissioner?
So through the chair, we do have several hot boxes, and those are boxes that have a source of heat that keep the hot mix hot. So when it gets here, it's at the proper temperature. Those vehicles that we send that don't have a hot box, by the time the material gets back here, some of it turns to waste, or it's not put into primary roads. It's used to resurface areas of, it's not put on roads, but it's still utilized. But going to Boston and bringing it back, you're not getting the proper working temperature for a lot of the material.
Thank you. I'm glad you were honest in addressing that. My last question, Commissioner, I have had several phone calls on the bridge over 290, under 290, I should say, at McEwen Road. From curb to curb, underneath the bridge, the road is deteriorating. So there's many potholes, and again, the road is in dire need of repair. Is that something, and I've asked, DPW, and I haven't got an answer yet, but is that our responsibility, or can we call Mass DOT? Do they help out in that area when it's, under the highway?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, we'd have to look at that specific situation. I'm not familiar with that road, but typically the Mass DOT would have a right-of-way for 290, and they would do maintenance associated with 290, whether it's the bridge, whether it's the roadway. The city streets that are approaching and leaving and under 290, those would typically be the responsibility of the city.
Okay, all right, glad to know that, but that is a huge issue. I've received several phone calls from people, Quincy Village, Vernon Hill, that go that route every day, and if we could look at that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I may, one other item related to the winter availability of hot mix. We are investigating, it's a batch plant, which we'd be able to bring in. We have a literal mountain of pavement millings from prior road projects. And what the batch plant would allow us to do is to take those millings, put it into this batch plant, essentially a trailer, add liquid asphalt, and at the end, it produces hot mix at 350 degrees. So we don't have to travel to Boston. We can come in the morning, we can make tons of hot mix asphalt, thereby saving us at least 2 hours a day, and we've got a better product that will be better put onto the streets.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and again, that's McEwen Road.
Got it.
Under 290, thank you.
Thank you.
Put it on the list. Okay, we have Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly a lot of questions. I acknowledge this report and the work that's been put into it from the administration, department head, and the folks closer to the challenges that contributed to this. That being said, Mr. Chairman, I'm hearing about 311 and doubling and tripling the number of potholes that are occurring. This was mentioned by a couple of my colleagues pertaining to, what is the operational strategy at play to address that? What is the operational strategy at play to address issues when there's a pothole here and one right next to it, one's getting filled, one isn't? I don't know if that's answered in here. And it brings me to this question, Mr. Chairman. What exactly is the rubric that the city manager is using to evaluate performance of this department relative to this issue? What is the metrics? What's the calculus? How are we actually measuring how well we're doing? Through the chair to the administration, because that's what's most important here. What I'm hearing is us, really pursuing all these different things. I've heard comments about, that the performance related to this is insufficient. I've heard it, it's been mentioned tonight that it needs to be an attitude adjustment. Those are not my words, but there's clearly, from the legislative side, some concerns there, and I'm trying to figure out, as an oversight body, how it is that we can measure efficacy if we don't know what the rubric, what the standard, what the calculus is for exactly that, through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, my job in evaluating and working with the department heads is evaluating their outputs on a day-to-day basis. There's no current rubric. I've been very vocal in this council floor of our ability to develop evaluation plans for the workforce, starting with the cabinet and the leadership. I've been very vocal about that, and that's something that we are working towards and we're going to be implementing in this upcoming fiscal year. Part of that effort has also included to develop a strategic plan that has a number of goals and outcomes that we want to achieve. And so in the budget process, we developed what is called the departmental development plans that allow an ability for us to measure the output and the outcomes of the goals of each department. When you speak specifically to any calculus or any data particular to a particular issue, there's a lot of different day-to-day activities that the Department of Public Works does, and that right now it would be very cumbersome to have a specific data set for every particular area and every particular program and every particular output. My purpose and my goal in evaluating the department head is their overall aspect when they come into the department and their ability to understand what's happening with operationally, staffing, cost, relationships, et cetera, and then developing plans to address that. I think one of the things that's happened with regards to what's happening here regarding potholes, it's a combination of things that we're all trying to piece together related to just the overall of DPW, right? It's not just potholes. Pothole is not just the issue, and I'm going to reiterate that. Pothole is not just the issue. There's some real infrastructure issues over a number of years that has created this volume of potholes in the department. We have a commissioner and a team that has come forward with evaluating the operational needs. We're listening to the council. We're pivoting. We're transitioning. We're trying to figure out ways to address some of the issues that we have right now in regards to our current infrastructure. This is a long-term game, but I want to be cautious that I don't want people to believe that a lot of these things can be fixed exponentially and then we'll have the best streets in the entire state or entire New England. It's a long-term approach. There's immediate things that we can do, and those are the things that we've discussed here with the council and to try to address, right? We did that as part of the summer to address some of our clean efforts. We'd had conversation about the expansion of the drop-off center. That's all of these things are areas within the Department of Public Works that this commissioner is evaluating completely and providing some ideas, some potential changes to operations that then the council will be purview to for decisions related to funding and how do we fund these things. So it's a combination of things that come into play for my ability to assess and evaluate the effectiveness of the actual commissioner and the team. But again, one of the ways in which we can evaluate it is our strategic plan, the departmental development plans, and also the future performance evaluations of every single employee in the city of Worcester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to clarify, I understand there's many aspects of service provision that needs to be operationalized here in the city. There's policy, there's collective bargaining, there's all these sorts of things that are interwoven. However, this particular issue with potholes is something that's come up time and time again, particularly on this particular short term that this body has been together, but also prior to that. So that's the spirit of this, is that this is one of the pressing issues. Yes, we've talked about the cleanliness of the city. Yes, we've talked about drop-offs for years, and nothing's happened, and I look forward to the changes that are coming. And I appreciate Councilor Economou's work with the city manager and Mr. Westerling as it relates to moving some of these things forward in concert. And I think, again, people want to return on their tax dollars, and if we're looking at following the sanitation folks around, as Councilor Economou has advocated for, folks are going to actually see visually and in real time that there's a different effort being made, that there's some adjustment. I don't know what that means if we're backloading or backlisting or backlogging 311 calls. There needs to be a real big communication on that. If the priority is going to be, sanitation, things like that. So I just think that communication from the city to the public needs to be consistent and repetitive. But I will stand by the ask that we get some sort of rubric, some sort of operational strategy, standard calculus for this particular issue, because it's taken up a whole lot of time this term. So it's not about everything, but it is about this, Mr. Chairman. And I look forward to 815A or 815A as relates to the report from the solicitor on the claims process, because, we're hearing from folks that, there's extended periods of time. I'll speak on that matter when it comes. I'm happy to see the prioritization that's being occurred by the Office of the Solicitor. I'll speak to that at that time, but it's all kind of intersected. That's my motion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with Councilor Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, we've been talking about potholes on the Worcester streets for at least the last 3 months, and I remember when we first talked about it in February, I had mentioned that we need more money in the budget of the DPW, and we all have to remember that. Coming up in May, we'll be meeting with the budget, and let's make sure that we fund that department to a level where they can do a lot more than they're able to do now, and especially with the potholes. I kind of worry that our 2026 potholes are still going to be become our 2027 potholes without any more snow even, that some of them will be there, and we might be identifying them end of next winter, March, April, and the ones that we're talking about now. So pretty concerned. The water has a very unusual property. It expands when it freezes, and therefore it contracts when it melts, when the ice freezes. And that process continues week after week, month after month, and it's going to damage even the best of roads. I know we'd like to have better road materials and better roads in the city of Worcester, but it's going to happen, and we have to get used to it. We hear that maybe 4 or 5 years ago with 929 1300 instead of 311, there were less reports of potholes. It doesn't mean there were fewer potholes. Now they know how to report them, and that's what they're doing, and we can expect the next several years, since we have 311, that we're going to have a lot more potholes being reported. What surprises me, and I support the spring street sweeping that's going on now, but isn't it possible through the chair to the commission that we could delay that just a week or two? Because it seems to me what's more urgent, and they're both urgent, but what's more urgent is filling the potholes. And I think you said, one day recently we had 3 crews, and then one day we had 1. And I'm saying, I don't know, if we have 10 crews, I'd postpone the street sweeping. Don't want to do it, but may not have a choice there, and put those 10 crews out every day, and I might do it on Saturday and Sunday too. So have we ever thought of that? Maybe postponing the sweeping and filling these potholes, which we're going to talk about, I don't know, we'll be talking about this in May probably again. Someone's going to put something on, it's going to come up, and the only way we're going to fill them all, or most of them certainly, is to have the crews working on them. We can talk about plans for next winter and next year and years down the road, but if you want to fill the 2026 potholes, you need crews to do it. The hot patch is there. I love the idea of us making our hot mix, and you've mentioned a couple of ways, and I don't know if other cities and towns, any of them, do that. But it's right now, it's crews. Give us the crews, give us the people to fill them, and they eventually, most of them, will get filled. So through the chair, could we delay the street sweeping a bit?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, you mentioned several things there, Counselor, which I'd just like to comment on. The plant, the asphalt plant in Millbury has just opened up in the past week or so. I don't believe that we'll be going to Boston any longer. But those are certainly competing interests that we can evaluate if we want to delay the street sweeping. Street sweeping is historically something that's done in the spring to make the roadways safer for pedestrians and bicyclists. It keeps the sand and debris from getting into the catch basins. It's also for the cleanliness of the city. We see a lot of requests about litter in the curb, and after a long winter, we've got a lot of litter in the curb, and that's what the street sweeping is doing. So certainly something that we can evaluate to see if street sweeping is a higher priority than catch basin, than potholes.
Through the chair to the commission, now, I didn't say stop.
No, you did
the
not.
street sweeping. We just had a long discussion. I said, pause the street sweeping. That's all, for a couple of weeks. It's something I think we should do. They're both important. I agree with you 100%. But we don't talk about street sweeping every few weeks. We talk about potholes. And all that we've said tonight, we've said before, all of us. So I just think that you've got to put the crews back on the potholes. That's the partial solution right now. And Millbury is going to have their own, is that a private business or the town business?
No, there's through the chair, there's an asphalt plant in the Millbury area that has, they've just recently opened.
So-
And others will also be opening.
When you say open, so it's not a new open, it's just open for the season?
Correct, through the chair.
So does that mean we're done with Boston at least for the rest of the season?
Through the chair, absolutely. We will not be going back and forth to Boston until next February, March.
Okay, and they're open there in East Boston, but Millbury's not?
Through the chair, that's correct, because the Boston area has more projects going on and more paving requirements, so it's financially feasible for them to stay open.
Okay, and we haven't heard this before, but I always thought that many of our plows might be damaging the street and even causing potholes. Is that possible? Do the plows do a lot of damage through the chair to the commissioner?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, plows certainly have wear and tear on the asphalt. However, they are not the primary cause. You mentioned it specifically, that water intrusion in through the cracks. And that's why prior to 2022, there wasn't a lot of crack sealing going on in the city. So now again, that's part of the pavement preservation in the pavement management plan, is to make sure that we're filling cracks in roads that have the appropriate PCI so that they don't degrade faster. So plows certainly wear and tear on the surface, but not so much digging in and popping out pieces of asphalt.
So, Mr. Chairman, we've got speed humps everywhere, and we have these craters everywhere. So I mean, it's kind of ironic. I don't know which we have more of, speed humps, which a few years ago when I was on the council last, I thought was a good idea, but I see that everyone seems to want them. I go to the neighborhood groups, they all seem to want them, and there's a list, I think, on tonight, and there'll be probably every week. So I don't know if there were more potholes than speed humps, but they're kind of opposite problems, but they both seem to be problems, and I think we're overdoing it in the speed humps, and we're not doing enough to fill those potholes. But I hope you will consider maybe delaying the street sweeping, which is important. But fill these and then get right back to the street sweeping. Thank you for all you do, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you.
Thank you.
Council Bellata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. Yeah, it was a great report. Really good to know that some of the challenges that we're facing and some of the historic, some of the historic processes that we're changing that have led to, you know what I mean, like you said, deteriorating, allowing road conditions to deteriorate over time. Just a couple questions. How many crews were out on a daily average, like in the month of March? I know we saw that the announcement went out, there are going to be 3 to 10 crews. Hard to say what the average was, or could you, just curious through the chair to the commissioner?
Through the chair, I don't have a specific average. We can certainly find that. But it was our intent to have as many out as possible, which would be up to 10 a day. There were some days where we had to pull folks that had to cover for sanitation or vacations and things like that, but it was our goal to have up to 10.
Thank you for that. And I think it's important too for the public to understand that the workers that are managing our trash pickup are also some of the same workers that are working on potholes. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand the challenges and would look forward to supporting, the purchasing of the mobile batching unit. Definitely would love to support that in this year's budget or the budgets in the future. But, I agree with my colleagues that I think we need to move faster on certain ones there. I really, want to stress prioritizing like our highly traveled roadways. Washington Square was just those potholes were fixed. Thank you for that. But however, there are, potholes that have been around for a long time. The corner of Franklin and Grafton Street, I have a 311 ticket I put in on February 28th. I think that pothole was just filled in the last 48 hours. I know because I travel that road a lot. So, really definitely frustrating as a counselor to have, potholes that linger for more than a month. So I really appreciate this report and really hope that we can push to do better because we really have to, and a lot of residents are concerned. And it's definitely frustrating when residents see that we can't manage our major roadways, let alone the smaller ones. So I just, but I know everyone's, we're making changes, and I feel, hopeful that we're going to be in a better spot next year. But I appreciate the report and look forward to supporting whatever we can do as a council to make sure that this work gets done better and quicker for our residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council Toomey not being heard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for this report. We all know that everywhere you go, all of us have hear potholes, the potholes. I go into work and I get inundated with I have got hit. Can the city pay for my car to be redone? And it's just, we all hear it everywhere. Go to the supermarket, you go everywhere. So I know it's a huge issue. We also do live in New England. We have had kind of a perfect storm this year, to use coin a phrase, with the freeze-thaw temperatures and all of that stuff. That being said, I do think that pavement management is something that is a science, and it's subject to certain things that are out of your control. So I understand that completely. One of the concerns that I have is that while we've been filling the holes during the winter, but that's been cold patch, which doesn't stay very long and continues to exacerbate. One of the other things that I've been concerned about that I don't think it's been touched by anybody, potential for sinkholes for some of these potholes. I've noticed actually one particular pothole on Westboro Street that was actually not a pothole. It was a repair for a water leak, and it was filled by the city, and then that sunk, and that was filled, and then that fill is sunk. So that's why I'm concerned about water runoff underneath some of these things, and we've continued to have water main breaks throughout the city. Not quite as many as during the winter, but we have had some. So I'm just concerned about the possibility of that. Do you have any indication of any of that happening, or?
Through the chair, the pothole or water main repair that you had mentioned was one that was done in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
And in the wintertime, it's very difficult to get dry material. It's very difficult to get compaction.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why that one required additional attention by the DPW, which we eventually fixed after a couple of attempts to settle it down.
I would say it's not fixed right now, but take a ride.
Which street? I'm sorry?
Westboro Street
Is that the same?
at Pioneer.
Okay. But if it's a water main break in the winter, I'm thinking of a different one in a different district, then the same thing applies. It's very difficult to get the proper compaction during cold weather during the winter time. So sometimes they do take additional attempts.
And I appreciate that, but, you know, the whole undermining, having these sinkholes, especially where the water tables change. I know that it's been an issue specifically on Lake Ave North. We had a significant issue with that over there. And I've noticed that there's been some deterioration there as well. So along with the potholes, you need to pay attention to some of these other things that are happening. But I do want to ask the financial impact of current affairs on bituminous product. Have we seen a huge increase, or are we locked in with a contract price?
Through the chair, we were pretty well locked in when we were going to Boston and back. Haven't seen what the prices will be in the nearby Millbury plant, but I suspect that asphalt is a petroleum product, and as the petroleum supplies dwindle, I suspect that we're going to see those prices increase.
I had previously asked to have some discussion with the WPI students on civil engineering students with us regarding the potholes and coming up with solutions. And I know that there's a lot of new research being done, so that would be great if you could connect with them. Maybe they could do an MQP project. Because I know when my daughter was there, they were talking about some projects that were actually pretty exciting. So I want to thank you for that. And again, echoing my colleagues, you know, the sooner we can get these potholes repaired and well done, the better off we all are. And again, I also know that for many of our major roads, there's been an excess of utility work that has really made a major impact there. And I'm wondering if we've gotten any further with the utility companies with repairing their mistakes.
Through the chair, at our last Public Works Committee meeting, we invited in both Eversource and National Grid, and we had a productive conversation, I'll say, with them. A couple of other things that the DPW has done. Back in 2024, we changed the requirements for utility permanent patches on their utility cuts. In the past, if they had a 2-foot wide trench that ran down the right-hand lane, that's all they would be required to patch. But in 2024, we changed that so that they have to now patch from the curb to the center line, so that provides for a much better finished product. The other thing that you'll see from the DPW very soon, right now, the warranty for utility patches is only 2 years. We're going to come forward with a proposal for consideration by the City Council to change that warranty period to 5 years, so that if they do a repair and it doesn't hold up, then we've got an ordinance that we can go back and ask them or require them to make those improvements.
Is that being done in other municipalities?
Through the chair, I don't think that their warranty periods are that long. However, I also don't think that those other municipalities have the utility cuts that we do. Witness Eversource Gas, you'll find them out on any given street, any given day. Same with National Grid.
I was basically pointing toward other urban centers, you know, older urban centers like ours, Boston, Lawrence, Lowell, Springfield, et cetera.
Through the chair, we can certainly look into that, but I think that what's most important is the effects of the utility cuts on our streets, and we're seeing that they are changing the roadway conditions very rapidly. And as was mentioned earlier, the water gets in through to the subbase and freezes and thaws
Correct.
through those cracks
Right.
and those utility cracks. The more utility trenches we have, the more that there's the need for us to have a better warranty period and better better repair requirements.
So when those repairs are done, and we did the ceiling a few years ago, I remember people going out and doing that, the crack sealing. Why don't they do crack sealing over the repair that they just put in?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, if you have a specific street, we can go back and look, but typically, what they do is they put down liquid asphalt emulsion. They don't do the crack on top. What they do is they do the point where the new asphalt meets the old asphalt. So they will have a cut line, and there'll be a thickness of asphalt. They'll paint that with an emulsion, and then they will...
So it's a vertical
Correct.
as opposed to a
Counsel?
horizontal?
Correct.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
appreciate it. Just trying to get mechanics of it. Thank you.
Okay, I guess one round wasn't enough, so let's go second round. Councilor Economo? Followed by Councilor King.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
And what can we add?
I want to thank the city manager. I want to thank Commissioner Westling for sitting here and listening to us. But the one thing I want to say too, I appreciate the plan. I think a plan such as that, in 1 week, in one time span, every part of the city will be touched, and the people will see that, and they will see action, right? And I think that alone will significantly drop the calls for repair, because we're doing it. I commend you on that. I commend the manager on that, for getting that done. I also want to say the mobile batching, there's a company out of Danbury, Connecticut. They have a mobile batch system that they use there too, and they were able to pave streets in the middle of winter. So it is a value, and I can see that being a great part of our arsenal going forward. So again, thank you both. Thank you for the time. I do appreciate it.
Through the chair, briefly, we did go out to the city of Newton today. They have one of the similar batch plants. They absolutely love it, and they said that it paid for itself very quickly because they weren't traveling to get mixed, and they had the appropriate material to put under the streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be as brief as it takes. Mr. Chairman, this is just with respect to the potential of pausing the street sweeping. You know, and I just wanted to have a question for the administration as well. But, you know, my concern as it relates to that is we have a lot of folks traversing the city. We have folks in wheelchairs, we have folks on scooters, skateboards, motorized scooters, pedestrians. I'm a motorcycle rider. I have a Victory Hammer 8-ball muscle cruiser, Tony. And Tony used to ride, and, you know, it's extremely dangerous when we have that sort of sand and what have you on the surface. It could cost a life. It's extreme. I can't, as a motorcyclist, I can't tell you how important that is. For folks, as I mentioned, who are vulnerable road users, significantly important. And, you know, I hope folks don't get excited about this, but we're, once again, Vision Zero, right? We're talking about, you know, street sweeping and safety. And don't get excited, cars are vulnerable too, absolutely. But Complete Streets Vision Zero really focusing on maintenance of our roads, cleanliness of our roads, safety of our roads, lighting, infrastructure, et cetera. So if there is due consideration to be made, and I think that everything should be on the table for consideration. I'm not saying not to consider. I'm just emphasizing there's a significant safety component as it relates to street sweeping, and we cannot disclude vulnerable road users, motorcyclists, et cetera. You know, I just want to make sure that that's there, and I don't want anyone thinking that, you know, that this council wasn't willing to speak on it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll send it to Public Works. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have, next time up is 2026 Arbor Day communication. Motion is to file. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, do we want to do 8.14A or save that for later?
What
No.
was that?
So we have Transfer Information Communication of the Study Analysis Police Response Data 2024 and 2025. Council Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was an excellent, excellent report. As Chair of Public Safety, I've reviewed the report, the analysis for 2024 and 25. This data-driven study basically showed 157,993 calls, showing an average citywide response time of 9.65 minutes, which was outstanding. The report highlights that police service demand is heavily concentrated in Worcester's central core, with particularly strong performance in the main south corridor. That high demand area also benefits from statistically faster than average response times, demonstrating that the Worcester Police Department is effectively aligning resources with the need. The analysis further notes that critical co-response personnel handled 56.7% of crisis intervention incidents within the main south corridor, and that reflected important progress regarding mental health support with policing. Those findings affirm the Worcester Police Department's operational effectiveness in high-demand zones, and will continue to use the data to guide resource designs, decisions, and strengthen accountability and expand effective co-response models. To that end, I'd like to find out what we're going to do moving forward to try to increase response times in those areas that were not as quick.
Commissioner?
Excellent report.
I apologize. Could you just repeat the question?
Sure. No, we've identified that we're providing the quickest response in the areas where the highest demand, and we are going to continue to use the data to guide resource decisions. And so one of the questions I have is, now that we have this information, how do we increase response times in other areas?
Through the chair to the counselor. So one thing that the police department potentially could do, as they, do from time to time, is they could take this data and look at their patrol routes and determine if they need to realign any of them or staff them differently based off the call volume in those areas and the response times in those areas. So that is a possibility. We may also have to look at how we're responding to calls, and that data can be used by the police department to determine if they're responding to calls effectively, if they need more officers or less at certain call types, based off the call volume in that area.
Okay.
Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'd like to go back and highlight the co-response personnel with crisis intervention. And could you please give us more information about that?
Through the chair to the counselor, so this is analyzing 2 years of co-response, clinical co-response data for calls in the city. Specifically, these are the 3 clinicians that are attached to the CIT team, that the CIT team works closely with. So specifically to their responses across the city, both as direct and indirect responses, so the indirect being a follow-up or, assisting in other matters at certain calls. Their highest call volume as well is, in that central core area, but they're utilized, as a contrast, quite a bit across the city, but 86% of their overall call volume does occur in the central core area of the city.
So, based on that, I'm just wondering, if we can take a look at possibly expanding the personnel. That's something that we can discuss, and certainly this data will help us. I'm just also curious. I'm not sure if I had that chart or not, but what the type of call was. You have incident density. What was that? Sorry. I know. Just heard someone screaming, so.
Through the chair to the counselor, so the only call types I identified in the report are the ones that we've removed. From the study, we removed anything that was an officer-initiated type of call.
Okay.
Because that would have skewed the results for a response time.
Okay.
But for the clinical co-response, it's all crisis intervention, CIT, or diversion type calls that they respond to with police or do follow-ups with calls after the fact when they need to.
Is there a plan through you, Mr. Chair, to take this information now and start planning for next year? The next steps?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, I can't speak for the police department. On our end, we're using this data to also evaluate how effectively we are responding to those 911 calls. Are we making sure that we're getting the right resources there and in a timely manner, and that areas of those higher clusters of call volumes that we make sure that we have the right responders in those areas so they can effectively
Chief.
respond quickly.
Chief? Chief?
Thank you.
Through the chair, in reference to that question, we will be analyzing our patrol methods once we get our new technology. Our police service system is going to be going away. We're getting a new RMS system, and we can also coordinate as far as our route structure. So the study has to be done so we can figure out if we have 57.6% of calls occurring in 2 districts, then why would we have people in other areas that we could shorten that up? Or we could use all double cars in that one area. That would be my hope. It would be safer for the officers, and it'd be more efficient if we run it like that.
Well, thank you. I look forward to hearing how we're going to move forward with this. And I do want to say that this speaks very well of what's happening right now with a lot of the changes that you've put in, and working collaboratively with each departments. And I know that there's an order on, my Councilor Bergman has filed an order to recognize some of the officers, but I want to say that every week we could have a recognition, the amazing amount of work that's being done by the officers, and also our 911 responders as well, emergency communication folks. You guys are doing a great job, and I think I'd like to, one thing I have heard out in the community is sometimes, and I think anecdotally from other people, is that sometimes how people call in impacts the responses as well. And so I'm wondering if there's some sort of training program that we can come up with to educate, an educational program, I should say, to educate people on what to say and what type of an emergency, to make it more efficient or you know.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, that is something that the State 911 Department does offer. They offer a number of different handouts and educational material for the public. But going back to the average responses and the utilization of the police, one thing I did want to highlight is through this study, we were able to also identify that on average, every call they go to takes about 40.7 minutes. So that's a significant amount of time, you know, going through your shift where an officer could be tied up for that amount of time on average, and that takes away from officers that are available throughout the city to respond to the next call.
So I assume that all of this information will be very valuable too in identifying what our needs are for, as we continue to go into this period of time where we're going to be having retirements, what we need to do to really push to get more recruits. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner? Chief?
Yes, daily we look at our resources as far as how we're going to structure them within the areas of the city. There are times where we have to shut down routes, which could cause longer response times. But usually that would be those outer perimeter routes that have a longer response time because there's less calls. So we put our assets most likely where we think we're going to put them or need them at the time.
Well, I want to say thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time. I look forward to discussing this more in depth at the subcommittee, which is where we do our business. So I look forward to talking to you both about this and moving forward and coming up with some great stuff. I'm very impressed. Thank you both.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do have some questions. This is a extensive report, extremely helpful. That being said, Mr. Chairman, I just want to begin by acknowledging the executive summary that indicates that there are many variables at play here. One of them is response time. That is not the beginning and end all due to what we've heard this morning from the chief and the commissioner here. There's a number of variables, but this information is absolutely helpful. It does not define overall performance, is what this particular analysis of response times indicates. But it does allow us to access and identify areas of improvement. I have a couple of questions. One is, on page 5, it talks about the scope of this review. It references eligible calls. I'm wondering what exactly that means. In addition to that, the second question related to that, perhaps for dispatch, it talks about routine dispatch calls for service that are suitable. I'm not quite sure what that means. I know what the words mean. So those are my first two questions. I have some follow-ups as it relates to that.
Through the chair, Counselor, so those are both referring to the same thing, and it's the calls for service that we included in the study were all ones that were not officer-initiated. So they came from telephone calls, in-person requests, 911 calls, and so on. If it was an officer-initiated call, we didn't include that because it would skew the response time, because it would show that it was initiated and they arrived on scene at the same time. The same for any reports or calls for service that occurred within the lobby of the police department, because oftentimes somebody at the records area or an officer in the building will take that call, whereas it'll show that they arrived on scene much quicker than a normal response. So we removed those in order to not skew the results of what the actual average response to a call was.
Thank you, and I apologize if that's a redundant answer, if I asked in repetition. My additional question is as it relates to response time calculation. So in this document, it indicates that the date and time of dispatch and the date and time of arrival on the scene was part of that equation. And I'm wondering what exactly that means, if you could share that to the public. Dispatch, does that mean when the call comes in, or is that when the officer is dispatched? And if in fact there's a differentiation, it may be one and the same in instances, maybe not, I'm not sure. Is there a time stamp for the call-in? I bring this up in the spirit of, I've been at a number of meetings over at the YMCA. Those folks over there regarding response times, they have been reporting, and I'm sure the Council of District 4 can speak to. I think the chief may have been at some of those meetings as well. They're reporting instances of no response. And I don't know if that's a category here, because it also mentions an excluded instance which the police response was canceled. So I'm wondering if there's any data related to those particular variables, and how do we, how's the public and how's the council or the subcommittee understand dispatch, what that means in this report versus a call-in?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, it's going to be a two-part answer, myself and then the commissioner. As far as responding, we respond to everything. There's never no response unless somebody calls and cancels the call. If the call comes into dispatch, there may be a call somewhere else that takes priority. Officers will be there. Once they clear, then they're dispatched to that other call. if the person calls back and says cancel, there was a call today for a autistic kid left the house, and the mother called in. 3 seconds later, she calls back, says, we found them, we're all set. So that's a canceled call. So when people say the police did not respond, that's wrong. It's not because we didn't want to respond. It's because the call either got canceled or some other situation came to light. We respond to every single call.
Through the chair to the counselor, so to explain the timing in that mathematics, so when we take a call, the time of dispatch is the time that they've entered the call as we're on the phone with the caller. So from that point, which from the time we first answer the call, there still could be 30 seconds, 60 seconds while we're gathering information before we can enter a call for service. But from the second that that is entered into the computer, that is the time of dispatch, even though it may take another minute or so for an officer to be dispatched over the radio, from that time to the time that they call out on scene. So I did include that a little bit in the executive summary as well.
Just repeat the last 5 words you just mentioned.
I apologize.
If you could just repeat the last sentence that you said, I couldn't follow.
So from the time that we take the call, we enter that. That is the time of dispatch. And then when the officer arrives on scene and calls us over the radio to tell us they're on scene, that's the time of arrival. I did include some information about that in the executive summary as another way that this could be skewed a little bit because an officer may not call off immediately. They may arrive to the scene of a call and it takes them an extra couple of minutes to tell us they're there because they immediately become involved in whatever scene they're going to, and that could change the time as well. And that's a factor that is difficult for us to actually quantify in here because we don't know when they've arrived. We have to base it off of when they're calling over the radio to advise the dispatcher that they've arrived on scene.
Counsel.
Thank you. And as far as the queuing and the prioritizing, this data, just for the public, this data does include that queuing and prioritization as well in the analysis of the response time. Is that accurate, through the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, the only category that it includes are priority one. So the overall study is all calls that aren't officer initiated or occurred within the police department's lobby. However, we did highlight those priority one or urgent calls, something like a gunshot call or something that's extremely dangerous. I did pull those out separately and analyze those response times as well, just as a comparison. So those are included in there.
Counsel.
Thank you. I think that's most of my questions. I think you spoke to the variance in the call volumes. We have variances from, between some routes with 12,000, over 12,000 responses, some with 3. And it looks like you guys are going to be looking at shifting, perhaps, and deployment. I think it was referenced, so that's something that I think clearly makes sense. The deployment, looking at routes, resourcing, position can improve. But I want to state, just for the record, because I've been in those meetings, and I understand and acknowledge Chief Saucier, everything's responded to. But in the meetings, when it's repetitive, perhaps that could be from a lack of knowledge. I don't know how it works if, there's a report here, someone drives by, they said we responded, people don't know, I don't know. But that's certainly been an issue in the meetings that I've been in, and I'm sure the district counselor will speak to that if he's so inclined. And it's been repetitive. So that's part of the requests and the orders that I've had is, are there those instances? Years ago, when I had that line of question, it was related to what was done with calls at the end of shifts, and they were being expunged. And they changed that when Nicole was here, Valentine, after that order, in that budget hearing. And that process and that system was changed, which is a positive. So it's just in the spirit of information that I'm asking, and, you know, perhaps we can resolve some of these things. But if there's no documentation, I guess, of, I would ask that through the chair to the dispatch folks, if there's no zero non-response matters, is that something that you can speak to from your calculations through the chair?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, so in the study, if a call was canceled, it was removed and not included in the response
Canceled
time?
by?
So, well, if a call was canceled, so if a caller called in and asked for the call to be canceled, if the alarm company called and said, we spoke to a building owner, you know, any reason for it to be canceled, we still record those.
Yep.
But we didn't include it in the response time because there would be no official response. So we pulled that out, so it wasn't included in the actual statistical study, because it would have skewed the actual response time numbers. But we do record those, so anytime that there's a canceled call, we would have a record of it.
Thank you. I know, I think there's something perhaps from the auditor we're waiting for as well, you know, but, you know, I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carnival.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for the report. I found it very interesting and very on point. I like that it was done in various different methods, and it all came up with the same conclusion. So it tells me that, Chief, that your department is working from data, actual data. And there's no mistake about it. I know for a fact that the men and women of Worcester PD are out there doing their job, going to the calls. When a call comes in, they're triage, I assume, correct?
Through the chair to the counselor, we don't necessarily triage it, but it is based off of the call type, so what's being reported to us. We code whatever that call is, so shots fired call, an alarm call, and then that has a baseline triage category for, you know, priority of response.
Right. And it's not always if, maybe the chief could better answer this. Somebody goes to report a gunshot, an officer goes to report a gunshot, they're there, they have a call waiting for a robbery in progress, they might go there before they end up at, my dog's missing, right? That would be something that would, the night could go all night long before that officer finally gets to that dog is missing.
Through the chair to the council, that's correct, because everything's a priority.
Yes.
Life first, then property. So we would only go to a call not in progress once the officer's cleared of everything else.
So also, when the officer pulls up on a call that is, my dog is not there, I'm gonna put it as a low priority. He'll have a conversation, figure out that, okay, there's not much more we can do here. If I see it out in the street, we'll call animal control to deal with it. So the officer made contact, puts it in his report, and that the call gets closed out, correct?
Through the chair to the council, that's correct.
Yeah. Might not have spoken to anybody else, but spoke to somebody, saw that there was no further attention needed here, and says, okay, we're good, close it out, I'm open for the next call, correct? I appreciate the response, Chief, Commissioner. I appreciate the work the men and women do of our PD. It's a difficult job. I think they do a fantastic job with their job. I have seen them in various situations, compassionate and to the point with the work that they're doing. And I think this report, as specific as it is from various angles, is a perfect tool that we use in our department. So I appreciate everything that you do. Thank you so much.
And through the chair of the council, I'll just add one thing. This does speak to the importance
when somebody's calling 911 to report something, that they give us as much detail as possible, because there can be a difference in priority based off of what they tell us on the phone. So that will definitely affect how quickly responders get to the scene.
Of course. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. Just bear with me because I want to go over a few things on the report. By the way, stellar report. And at the end, I may just have one question, but I did want to touch on a few things because there's a big misconception between a lot of people. I've heard it going up. So I know perfectly. So when I saw this report, I thought it was important to point it out. And it says, Main South was a particular area of focus on this report based on feedback from residents and concerns around response time expressed at neighborhood meetings, emails, and calls. One of the report's key findings is that although Main South has some of the highest demands for Worcester Police Department calls, the response times are faster than average. Overall, the trend is that the areas with the highest incident volumes do not experience the longest average response times. And this key finding demonstrates that the Worcester Police Department is providing the areas with the highest need for services with a timely response. I think that's very important to point out. And then the other point is the analysis found that the council districts with the highest incidence volume do not appear to have the longest response times. District 2 and District 4 are by far the highest volume districts for incidents with 46,956 and 47,155 incidents responded to respectively. Combined, those two districts account for 94,061 incidents out of the 157,993 incidents analyzed, or approximately 59.5%. Despite the significantly higher level of demand, both districts represent the shortest average response time citywide. Again, I think that's amazing, and it's important for the residents in the city of Worcester to know that that district or those districts are not being shunned or ignored, for better lack of words. The other important thing for my district, and this is not a negative thing, but just basically on the analysis is the shorter travel distance between calls. The reason this says that indicates that Worcester's higher demand districts may be benefiting from operational conditions that support more efficient responses, such as greater concentration of patrol activity, shorter travel distances between calls. And I guess this is where the question comes in for me for District 5, seeing that we were the longest distance. Is street configuration an issue in District 5 for quicker access, for a better word, since you guys...
Through the chair to the council, number one, your district is one of the largest ones.
Right.
Therefore, there's more geography to travel to. And it's not as busy as, say, a Route 11 or 12 or 13. So when you have that, Route 14 and 15 are backing up 11 and 12.
Gotcha.
So that officer could have to be at Stafford Street, maybe coming from Oriard Street because they're backing up a call.
Gotcha.
So that would be part of the.
All right. So I guess my main concern is I wanted to make sure that there was nothing on the city's end that's hampering that time. It's just more so the way it's set up and the way it is. So, and I appreciate that. And thank you. And again, no complaints from the residents. I just saw the numbers and I figured, let me find out, because we talking here about potholes and there's a lot of upkeep coming up in my district with, Highland Street and Newton Square and Pleasant Street and Mill Street and all those streets. And I just want to make sure if there's nothing there that we're doing that's, delaying you guys' job. That was it. Thank you.
Councilor Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although the report, I feel as though was, I guess is good on what was asked for, I guess. I think it's important for us to identify that this report is really focused on response performance. but that response performance is more on the response, not the performance of the response. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think this is something that I kind of think we're not identifying. And what I mean by that is a lot of the issues I have in District 4 is the response times, the numbers seem to be good, and you know, numbers don't lie. The issue is, one of the issues, and I'm speaking for my residents, is what is the actual process through the chair, through to the commissioner or to the chief on the phone calls, and then who actually determines the level? A lot of residents have that concern. They feel as though whatever level it is, if it's a lower level, and what's the highest level, or the level that's the most important? 1? Is that correct? Is it 1? Okay, thank you. So who determines from 1 to 5, or whatever it may be? The issues that the residents are having is, it could be residents arguing, probably phone call after phone call has been made, and we know these are in areas where an argument can change very quickly. And the concern for the residents is they're not showing up for those type of calls. So those type of calls, that response time it's much longer versus, hey, there's a gun, level 1, boom, we gotta be there. But some of these lower level calls turn into a level 1, but if police officers had arrived on time, it would deter that from turning into a level 1. So if you can, through the chair, to the both of you, how is it determined when it comes in, and who sends it out to say that's level 1, 5, or whatever it may be?
Through the chair to the counselor, so it's all determined on the information that we get from the caller when they report whatever they're reporting. Every call type that we have has a predetermined priority level based off of risk to life and safety. So if it's a call where, for your example, there's 2 people arguing and then it could escalate, you know, we're going to be asking certain questions like, are there weapons involved? Do you see any weapons? You know, do they know each other? Do you know what they're fighting about? To identify further information to determine what call type it is. But if it's reported in as 2 people arguing or talking loudly, and it goes in as a neighbor dispute or a complaint, and we then respond and find out it was a domestic assault, not knowing that information ahead of time, that they know each other, that they look like they're, you know, related, or that there's something more going on, that will change the response, but only when there's officers tied up on other calls. So as the day goes on, we may have, you know, other priority 1 calls or priority 2 calls that come in that we have to divert the officer away from responding to a lower level call initially, but then they should be circling back and responding to that. So it's all based off of threat to life and safety, all the way from those urgent calls that somebody may have a firearm or somebody may be trying to actively harm somebody, all the way down to those administrative things like, you know, serving a notice or, you know, making a connection with a neighborhood group or a neighborhood watch group or something like that.
Thank you, thank you. I think what's important also with this study is to identify and understand how effective the police officers are, not just at arriving, about dealing with the situation at hand. And that's something that, you know, that's some data that I think would help this report, because, you know, it's good to see those numbers that they're arriving at a good amount of time, getting there pretty fast. But then how is it being dealt with? Are people being arrested? Are people not being arrested? Is the situation being handled? Could the situation be handled with a mental health provider or an agency coming in and helping out in those situations? So I feel as though, you know, and that's why I feel as though this was an opportunity to build out this survey even more, since you do have some of this information already at hand, where it could show that within 4 minutes, 5 minutes, we were able to arrest someone who had a gun in his hand or whatever it may be, versus just the performance. I think the word response performance kind of throws people off. What's important is the work that's being done, not just them arriving. It's important for them to arrive, but I feel as though the most important thing is when they arrive, what type of work is being done. You know, this report also, I know we talked about the accreditation and stuff like that. Are reports like this going to be a part of, through the chair to the both of you, going to be a part of the accreditation program and understanding how to better the police department?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, first off, I think we need to distinguish what this report was all about. It was about response time, not about what happens when we get there.
Right.
And just as far as the clinical response, we do 80 hours a week. We have a co-response 80 hours every single week, 7 days a week. That's out there. For some reason, nobody reports on that. But that is part of our deployment plan, and they are out there responding in your district to these calls. This report wouldn't capture that because that's not what was asked of the commissioner. So I just want to make sure we have it straight about what we're talking about here. As far as the accreditation, response time is not one of the parameters. It deals mostly with best practices in policy and making sure those policies are carried out. And of course, going to a call when you're supposed to go is part of accountability, and that is another concept of it, but it's not spelled out. You have, matter of fact, the response time here is 9 minutes. I think the national average is 11. So we're probably 2 minutes faster than anywhere else in the nation as far as averages. And it is important because once we get to a call, as the commissioner said, it could take 45 minutes to clear up. Part of that has to do with de-escalation. We don't just get to a call and lock people up. We get there, we need to find out what's going on, we de-escalate the call. If we have to go to that point and arrest somebody, that's going to take a longer time than 45 minutes to fulfill that.
Okay, thank you. So I think you mentioned, Commissioner, about if an officer has to, maybe you didn't, but I know this happens, if there's a medical issue and the officer has to go with that person to the hospital, therefore the officer that's in that area or that route has to stay with that individual. Is that correct, through the chair?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. Those particular instances, we actually code in the system differently. So once they've been transported to the hospital, then it's what is in here called a guard prisoner, and that was removed from the study because that would have skewed how long a call takes and, you know, the response time and things in between, because we were looking at overall call times as well. But that is something that can take away from availability to respond to certain calls, because not only are we spending an average of 40+ minutes on a call, if they have officers that have to then escort a prisoner up to the hospital and then remain with them until they're released, cleared medically and released, then that's an officer that may be off the road for a period of time that is tied up doing that.
Thank you. Through the chair to the city manager, I think that's something that we should look into. You know, how many times that something like this does happen where a police officer is taken away and is at the hospital for however long. There's an opportunity, you know, the fact that we are down so many police officers. Now we're in a situation where in some of those high call areas, we're missing a police officer that can attend to a situation. And that's just one area. I mean, throughout the district, it can happen multiple times. And I'm pretty sure, you know, obviously, you know, once our numbers, increase as far as police officers, but in the meantime, you know, I really like to know those numbers and see, you know, or if there's things already in place, what the plan is to fill that spot.
If I can respond to that, please.
Chief?
I'll give you an example. This weekend, I believe it was Saturday or Sunday, there were 5 officers at the hospital guarding prisoners. So now if there's 20 officers out there on their routes, 2 or 3 of them calling sick, now you have 5 up the hospital. Look at what you have for a number of officers responding to these calls. Then they back up, they keep backing up, officer runs call to call to call. And that's not something that just happened yesterday. I've been here 32 years, and that's been going on ever since I'm here. And we are trying to work on something now where we can fulfill those posts, because the only reason I knew about that was because we had to call people in on overtime to cover the routes so that officers could be out there answering their calls. And we do track that, by the way.
Okay, thank you. So, and lastly, unfortunately, there has been a time where a police officer has not shown up. And I have an email here. I think it was just based on communication, unfortunately. But that's something that just can't happen. If someone is told that a police officer is going to show up and then they get a call back, and this is what they were told. I received a call from WPD dispatcher saying that no one will be responding to my call and that I would have to follow up with 311 in traffic. Now that's really concerning because the issue was there was a car that drove up Richland Street, 2 buses, the buses are on both sides, and the car drove straight up the Richland Street. A kid, staff, anybody could have walked out and got hit. So he was really concerned with that. He had the person's information, took a picture of the car, had all that stuff. And to hear that they were told that, like I said, is really concerning. And then to hear tonight that someone always shows up, I don't know how you can explain that, but it's
Can I
unfortunate.
answer that, please?
Sure.
Can I answer that? I looked into that. The officer spoke with that person prior to, and then afterward, dispatch called and said it's going to be canceled because it's been transferred to traffic because they wanted to do either signs or something up in that area so that they could follow up. So it wasn't that nobody responded. A police officer actually spoke with that person. So I'm not sure. Believe me, when somebody complains, I look into it. And I'm going to come to the conclusion whether or not they did it right or they did it wrong, and it will be addressed. But in this case, I don't know what else the officer had going on, but contact was made with that person. That's the information I received.
No, and I was gonna continue that, you did look into it, but again, it's just, I guess it was just a miscommunication on that person's part, or maybe the person that was, had spoke to the officer about that person showing up, just probably didn't understand that. But I think it's just important to, when situations arise like that, that someone has to still show up, regardless, even if it's a follow-up the next day or whatever it may be, just to confirm that, we were there. It's not a knock on the police. Everyone is doing the best they can with what they have. But I think it's important that we just continue to show signs of transparency, show signs that, there's times where miscommunication may happen, but, we're going to continue to get through it. So, like I said, I do appreciate the report. It's something I'll definitely take back to some of the neighborhood meetings I have. But I know the question is going to be more of what's considered performance, and I'll explain to them what that is. I would love it if you guys can attend one of the Maine South Business Association meetings, because lately they've been having an uptake on some issues in the neighborhood, and they're just really concerned on how to address it for some of the owners. Someone experienced someone shooting up right in front of the store. People are coming in. Now people don't want to go into the store. So there's a lot of those issues that are starting to arise. The weather's nice, more people are out, but it's really affecting the issues that we're dealing with on our Main Street. So I'm hoping, if we can attend the next meeting and get some more information so you can hear right from the business owners, that would be great. And that's all I have. I just, I think it's really important to start looking into what these calls were about and how did we address these calls and how can we, as a city, as council, as city manager, which I'm really big on, how do I support the police department? How do I support commissioner? How do I support the quality of life team? Inspectional service. How do we, as a council, how do I get out and talk to residents and talk to business owners? But the more I hear, the more I know. And I have to say this, I know I've asked over and over again, what are those common themes that these police officers are saying that they're coming back to the chief and talking to the chief about and writing notes? I still haven't received that. It's so important for me to get that information so I can personally talk to business owners and say, hey, the police are saying this, or I can say, listen, I know what's going on in the neighborhoods. I can know a little bit more. It can better my conversations with the city manager. It can better my conversations with the people in the neighborhood and the students and the parents and the teachers I work with. So it's important to know what this foot patrol is doing, what conversations they're having, because us as counselors, that's important for us to know. So then we can share that with our residents, or not even have to share with them, but find ways amongst ourselves within our committee meetings to enhance the work the police officers are doing, but also to support the residents and the constituents that really care and expect us to be there for them. So hopefully I can get that sometime soon, and I really appreciate it. But the report, I would like to see on, I'm drawing a blank from earlier. Nico, can you help me out? One, it was the report on the calls, I guess, on what they were.
Okay.
And when the data that was done, the study that was done here, if we can get that information.
Thank you. Okay, you all set?
Yeah, sorry, the police court. That's what it was, the escort. The police officers staying at the hospitals. If we can get that number.
You want to report on that?
Yes, please, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. We have next.
Chair.
Oh, good. What's that? Councilor King for a second time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reiterate, this conversation is helpful. Again, a number of concerns over a period, extended period of time of no responsiveness from law enforcement in that district. There's also been reports in District 1, I think, out by Burncoat, up by Lincoln Plaza, where these folks are telling us no response for noise ordinance at the, we all know the issue, right? At the church or what have you. We know that there's incessant concerns there. But what I say that to say this, Mr. Chairman. What's helpful for us to share in order to extend the fact that there is a responsiveness, we need the communications and communications like this. And I think folks also want to understand, when we talk about response time to dispatch for service, I am assuming that means someone's going physically to a location. We've heard the council represent, response back that this isn't appropriate, this is going to go through 311, whatever the case may or may not be. Is that considered a response? What does that actually mean? Through the chair to the administration.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the commissioner, through the chair to the counselor.
Make a lot more money that way. I'll take it.
So those types of responses, if we were not sending somebody and they had made contact or something else, that may be considered a canceled call, where we would note that they were contacted, it's been transferred over to traffic or another division, or it's been reported on to 311 if it's a sidewalk issue or something else that somebody was calling for.
So that's not, through the chair, just for clarification, so that's not considered a response, that's considered a canceled call.
Correct. In most, we will still log a lot of those in our system, so we have notes of it that we had dealt with that type of a call, or we transferred it, or advised 311 about it, but it would not be considered a response by police, and it was not included within the study here.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we get that data. It's important that we as electeds in our community meetings can convey that information. And I've said this a million times, and we're going to be getting into the social work piece and clinical piece in a bit. We ask these folks to do a lot. AAA repair person, walk you across the street, walk you through Union Station, be a clinician, be a therapist, all those different things. And with that comes a hierarchy of needs as relates to public safety. And, the more information we have, the more we're able to convey, real-time data that can speak to these concerns and perhaps clear up a little bit of this on behalf of the residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I'll send this to Public Safety, and along with the orders of the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next up is 8.15A, transfer information communication over to claims process. We send that to MO. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. B, transfer information communication over the public records requests received and processed by the law department. Send it to MO. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Which one was that, Mr. Chairman?
That's public records.
Okay, that wasn't the claims, right?
Then we have C, recommend the adoption of a contract with Thomas Reuters Westlaw for the law department's entire legal research, and 2, subscription for up to 5 years. Adopting a roll call? Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Fasolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, Councilor King has held 8.16A on a privilege.
Chairman, I had asked a minute ago if we had done 8.15 regarding.
What's that?
claims. I had asked it, if we had done 8.
Yeah, well, I was very
The
slow
one
on that,
regarding
yes.
claims.
Yep, we did that.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the motion is to suspend the rules, go back, roll call. 8.15A, roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Bellata? Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Fasolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey? Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Councilor
Chairman.
King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This particular item is pertaining to claims regarding that process, how they're investigated, the capacity of the law department to handle the volume of claims being received, and the roles of claim specialists, et cetera, from our city solicitor. And I want to say I appreciate this particular document. The orders that I've filed preceding this particular report relate to folks who have expressed delays of well, they call it a delay, but having to wait 6 months or more longer than they think is reasonable. And so, I just had a call this past 2 weeks ago about an incident with a city truck and a claim that went in. And this gentleman was told 6 months or so when you'll get, the settlement or whatever the case might be, or this matter is resolved. And I'm not sure if it was communicated up to 6 months, and this is the way it was interpreted, but nonetheless, this particular document right here, Mr. Chairman, speaks to restructuring, speaks to policy changes, improvements by Solicitor Kalkunis, and a prioritization for this. It specifically, I think, goes along with, as I mentioned, the pothole issue as well. Folks, as we know, are struggling with day-to-day bills, utilities, working multiple jobs for the lack of housing affordability. And it's indicated here that this is a top priority of our solicitor. And there's a number of tech changes and more that we are looking at. So through the chair to the administration, I do have a question as it relates to this. I know here that the solicitor is committed to improving response time to claimants, but my question is, and we had talked about this previously, and I had questioned whether or not we have the appropriate capacity to respond to these things. We heard 311, more reports of things and what have you, and there's been an uptick in claims, as I think, or I could be wrong, but that's what I recall. But I'm just wondering what's the standard as it relates to responsiveness that's reasonable. The second question I have is, as it relates to these claims, is there a way that we can prioritize residents' claims, folks who live within city limits, for priority for, resolution? Through the chair.
Through the chair, so if someone did tell a claimant that it's going to take up to 6 months to get payment or response, that's not appropriate. We have some new people in our office, so I will make sure that I address that. That's what the statute allows, is 6 months before you can file lawsuit, and that's why their process requires people to file a claim against the city before they can file a lawsuit. But we have implemented new changes where we're looking at every claim. The historical practice was that the claims agent would work on them as they came in. So there was really no risk analysis when they came in. We've now put an attorney on claims who reviews them as they come in and makes those determinations. If it should be expedited, if it's a, dangerous situation, if it's a sewer backup or a pothole. So there is more analysis going on when the claims are first submitted. We don't actually get that many out-of-city claims that I think it would make a difference, but I mean, I wouldn't suggest doing that because it's not fair, but we are looking at the overall process to expedite the claims that should, be resolved quicker.
Thank you. I'm not looking to get the city into any legal issues as relates to our residents or folks who live within the city limits. But we know those are our constituents, folks who come here as well, we're responsible for, and the infrastructure that's at play, et cetera. So if you could just, the last thing, you could speak to the technology that you're looking for in terms of record keeping that will increase improvement, and if there is a way to prioritize residents, that'd be great. You don't have to respond to that, but if you could speak to the digital piece, and then I'll sit down.
Through the chair to the counselor. So we actually have all the technology. It's implemented now. Everything is live. So we've been digital. You can submit a claim. We're one of the only cities in Massachusetts that you can submit digitally. A lot require you to go to the city hall or town hall and submit a claim. But we've been accepting them digital since COVID. We now have a new software platform where it allows a claimant to go in, file, and then ask more detailed questions. It's not just a PDF that they submit. So it gives us more information right off the bat, where instead of waiting for someone to review it and ask for more information. Now you can't get to the next step if you don't provide damages or proof of ownership. So that has all happened in the last year, and we are working with all that technology and digital information that we have, and it definitely makes the process more efficient, but it's been a learning curve for the last year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the report, appreciate the good work that's going on by the Office of the Solicitor with the guidance of the city manager. I do want to say that I will like to make a motion that we take a look at any internal policy. I understand that there's 6 months or parameters that might be statute related, but if there's a policy that we can establish for a standard, for a goal of responsiveness, because this can become financially burdensome for many of our folks that are living check to check. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll send that to MO and send the R's to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Finance items, 8.35A through H, 8.36A through E, and 8.37A through C. And adopt and collect on the roll call. Roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Bellata?
Yes.
Counselor Economo?
Yes.
Counselor Fasolo?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
Counselor Mitra?
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Rosen?
Yes.
Counselor Toomey? And Mayor Petty.
Yes, we are 8.39A, transmitting information communication relative to the 2010 Memorandum of Agreement with CXS. Counselor Fazzolo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I know it's late, but I've been waiting for this report for over a decade. All right? I had to run for office to get my answers. And I want to thank the administration because this report answered all my questions. And I appreciate that. Let me say that in the report, it states that, well, prior to, we as a group on Grafton Hill were brought together by the Patrick and Murray administration when they wanted to bring CSX to Worcester. And in doing so, they explained what would happen. And a couple of things that I found out in this report that were contrary to what was told to us, I'll explain right now. One was, as I've said many times, that CSX or the trucks would not be able to go on Grafton Street, Route 122. They were prohibited from going on at the beginning. Then about 2 months or 3 months later, they came back to us at a meeting and said, because it's a state highway, a state route, excuse me, you can't stop commerce from taking place on a state route. But in the description, it states right here that the new access location will provide CSX terminal truck traffic with direct access to and from I-290 eastbound, and discourages CSX terminal truck traffic from using the section of Grafton Street. So it didn't say prohibited in the initial TIF. It says discourages. So it never was negotiated where they couldn't use Grafton Street initially. Okay, that point over. The other point was that there would be 50 new jobs created at the Worcester location. And in the report, it states at the March 24th meeting of 2026 here at the City Council, a few additional topics were requested to be addressed in the report. The first topic was whether CSX had created 50 jobs that were supposed to, in connection with a tax increment finance agreement. The CSX project has certainly led to employment opportunities, both directly and indirectly. However, CSX has never been provided any tax increment finance agreement or TIF benefits from the municipality, nor does CSX have any contractual obligation to the municipality related to the employment levels. So the short of it is that was never negotiated. That was never part of the contract. So let's get to the crux of it. And let me state also, I spent a couple hours with George Caxali. George was the former president of the Grafton Hill Business Association and was a member of the committee. 4 members that were picked by then City Manager O'Brien. And I wanted to make sure what I remember and my memory was correct, and George and I, again, met last night, and he definitely saw everything the way I did. So the committee was told the following. There would be 50 jobs created, new jobs that did not exist before the move to Worcester, and these new jobs would be in CSX new Worcester location. 2, the restriction preventing a left-hand turn on from the driveway off Grafton Street. 3, the Grafton Street Route 122 from I-290 to the Millbury line is maintained by the City of Worcester and is a state route in number only. I know I brought that up, and obviously that doesn't matter, I guess, because we're in this. It states that Worcester is responsible for the overall maintenance of the road as well. Having said that, does the city have the right to prohibit truck traffic from using Grafton Street, Hamilton Street, and Lake Ave? And in the report, it says no. We don't have that ability. So that is why I continue to state that type of activity that has been going on for over the last 15 years has created enormous harm to the infrastructure of Hamilton Street and Lake Ave. That is why these 2 streets should have immediate attention on resurfacing. There are probably no other streets in the city that have been abused by heavy truck traffic than Hamilton Street and Lake Ave, especially Lake Ave. If there is such a street, please inform me of where. I asked the administration, do you have any where truck traffic has hurt the infrastructure the way it's harmed, the truck traffic has harmed those 2 streets, Hamilton Street and Lake Ave. Now, just last Friday morning, I happened to witness firsthand, 6 o'clock in the morning, coming back from the gym. I'm on Route 9, taking a left on Lake Ave. And I witnessed firsthand Friday morning a U.S. Postal Service trailer truck turn onto Lake Ave from Route 9. ride the length of Lake Ave to Sunderland Road and onto Route 20. At the same time, I witnessed a cab, the front of the trailer, just a cab, with no trailer truck behind it, which was coming onto Lake Ave from Sunderland Road. I turned around and I followed that cab. And the cab went from Lake Ave to Hamilton Street onto Grafton Street to CSX. So my point is, they are using those streets as a cut through. And I want to see if we can't do Grafton Street, I'm going to ask the city solicitor to come up in a few minutes, and I'll ask at that time. But the height of insult, or to add insult to injury, when the trucking companies have, here's a real good one, okay? When they have an extra wide load or a large load to take out of CSX property on Grafton Street, the trucking companies have a state police escort that comes out of the CSX driveway and onto Grafton Street to Hamilton Street. And then when it gets to Lake Ave, it goes around the medium strip on the wrong side of the road because it can't take a strict right and go on to the right side of the road. Where the entrance of Lake Park is, they go on to the other side of Lake Ave. It goes around the medium strip on the wrong side of the road and continues on Lake Ave to Sunderland Road and then on to Route 20 East, to wherever their projected destination is. While it is done in the early morning, no later than 6 a.m., and I've witnessed this twice, when the traffic is light, this shows the mindset we are dealing with, that the trucking companies, not CSX, but the trucking companies are well aware that we prohibit that type of activity, and they still go forth and do it. That is the height of insult.
You have
So
a couple
in full
minutes left.
disclosure, I believe we, meaning the residents and the taxpayers of Worcester, were duped, meaning that we were deceived and fooled and made to do or accept something that they did not intend to do. That is exactly what happened here, and it's shameful, which describes actions or conditions which are deserving of strong disapproval. And this wasn't done by CSX, but those who were involved. Again, this wasn't done by CSX, but now in reading this report,
You got 2 minutes left.
okay, thank you. In reading this report, it wasn't wasn't done by CSX, but those who were involved in bringing CSX to Worcester, who negotiated the TIF, while again telling neighbors and neighborhood groups things that would happen, and more importantly, included in the TIF, and that was never done. So, and I'll just tell you, I received an email today from a neighbor that, well, while I was at her house campaigning, I told her I would try to fight hard to reduce the truck traffic on the road. And what does she open up with in her email? That I am not exaggerating, that starting at 4 a.m. from Monday to Friday, my house shakes at the enormous trucks turning from Sunderland Road into Lake Ave, blasting their exhausters as they accelerate at the lights. So, okay, this is happening at 4 a.m. in the morning. So, if I could, I'd like to have the city solicitor come up through you, Mr. Chairman.
You got about 30 seconds left, but go ahead.
And after that, do I have a second 5 minutes or no?
You get 10 right now. You only get 10. You're in your 10 minutes.
I already 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Mr. Chairman, I waited 10 years for this. I
Okay.
guess this is the last question I.
You got one. Go do your question and we'll wrap it up.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the city solicitor, are we able to look at creating a city ordinance prohibiting truck traffic on Hamilton Street and Lake Avenue? If so, I don't mean to, before you answer, if so, enforcement is key. And I would look at paying for police details with the CSX funds, and that belong to the Grafton Hill section of funds. And I'd go as far as asking CSX to pay for those details because of the enormous harm to the infrastructure of Hamilton Street and Lake Ave by the trailer truck traffic that never occurred until CSX located here in Worcester. But Madam Solicitor, if you could answer that question for me.
Through the chair to the counselor, we would have to look into with transportation and mobility to see if that is available at the local level. Also, with CSX, there still might be some enforcement issues. We might not be able to enforce that ordinance if we adopt it.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the trucks are independent trucks. They're not owned by CSX. So,
Madam
yes.
Solicitor?
Through the chair, then that federal regulations wouldn't affect enforcement of that.
okay. And then the second and last question through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city solicitor. Can the city push enforceable truck routing? And can we also limit the hours of operation to CSX?
Through the chair to the counselor, I think that depends on, there's a lot of different, it's our agreement with CSX, but it's also regulations, what I would defer to transportation and mobility on that.
Okay.
So we can get you a report on that.
I'd like a report on that,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, as soon as possible, because people are waiting. We've waited for this report. I've received it. I thank the administration for it. But at the same time, if it's possible, I'd like to enforce operation limits of when these trucks can come in and into that facility. And again, it's a question of enforcement, and we'd have to work on how you would enforce that, and I get all that. But if we could, I'd appreciate that in a report.
Thank you. So we'll get a report on that. We'll send that to Public Works. Ask the manager for a report. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. You got Chairman's Orders 9A to 9E. Motion was to adopt. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Now we get orders. Okay, first one up. Let's see. Request City Manager, request the Commissioner of Inspectional Services ensure that landlords, especially landlords who do not live at their property, are notified whenever the neighborhood nuisance complaint or emergency occurs at the property. Council Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Manager. Mr. Manager, I understand that the city has a system through which all those who have the rental property need to register with the city as a landlord. Whether they stay in that property or they don't, I think city has the information about their email, about their phone number, their addresses, and all that. The issue that I'm bringing it up to your attention is that many residents have been finding it that those properties where the landlords don't stay, the owners don't stay in that property, it's all, whole building is rented, the tenants, and the tenants are not staying within the discipline that the neighborhood like to. They will throw the trash in the indecent way. There's a lot of nuisance things they do. So the request is that if the Commissioner of the Inspectional Services could inform the landlords who don't stay in that property to make sure that their tenants are acting and staying in the way that the city's compliance requires them to keep the neighborhood and the neighbors peacefully. I've also heard that many landlords are actually renting their attics, renting their basements. I don't think that is appropriate. I don't think that is even allowed to rent those spaces because of the safety issues. So my request is to see that our inspectional department, our commissioner, kind of take some action to let all the landlords know through the resources we have, through the information that we have, that they make sure that the tenants are doing the right things, keeping the neighborhood safe and properly. At the same time, those landlords are not renting the property in an illegal way, such as I hear, this is attic or basement, which are not the right things to do. So that's my request, to see that the inspectional services can take care of this. Thank you.
Okay, send that to manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next is request the manager establish the support of the city council and Worcester Sports Commission consisting of at least 9 and more than 13, no more than 13 members to be appointed by the city manager. Said commission said to be changed with attracting, promoting, and supporting sporting events in Worcester to drive economic activity, community engagement, and city branding. Membership should include but not be limited to a city representative, local businesses, leaders, sports and venue representatives, college athletics league representatives, as well as citizen representatives. The commission shall elect a chairperson who will then be a member, input, establish short and long-term goals, including potential fundraising and growth strategies, but it further requested that the commission to be a volunteer body. Councilor Economo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Burt for bringing this forward and working with me on this. And having served on the Civic Center Commission, I think it was for five years, chairperson for a couple of those 5 years, seeing the amount of activity that comes through the DCU Center, the Convention Center, whether it's NCAA, the gymnastics, all types of sporting events that come to the DCU Center. How do we parlay that going forward? We've all talked about it. We just talked about it recently on a couple of weeks ago in regards to how do we get NCAA basketball back in town, you know, the NIT tournament, boxing. There's so many different avenues that we have access to, and it doesn't have to be a national event. It can be a regional finals for any of these events. I think it would be a great idea, a great opportunity, whether we create a new commission or we merge 2 commissions into one, Mr. Manager, to further explore these options. I think it would be a boon to the city. I think it would help with economic development. I think it would further help with our hotel rooms, all the different districts that we have around the DCU Center, the ballpark, our restaurants, everything that has to do with economic development. I think this is a perfect avenue for our city to get further involved in, streamline the process, seek out new opportunities to bring these events here to Worcester. So I'd appreciate what your thoughts are, and whether you put it in a report, or I'd really appreciate what you have to say on that, Mr. Manager. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Rivera?
Yeah, I also think it's a great idea, not because of the sports aspect of it, but only because it talks about exactly what Councilor Economo talked about, what we talked about before, about bringing attraction to the city of Worcester and having a commission to focus on that aspect of it. You know, and Worcester City of Worcester is a sports town. And we have 2 commissions that almost kind of do that in a separate way. You know, if we could combine the Civic Center Commission and the Parks Commission, become a sports commission that can deal with the business and sports entity in one, maybe add a couple people to the sports commission, however the city manager decides to do it. But I think the end goal is that we have a commission who's going to focus solely on bringing attraction to the city of Worcester, which brings revenue, tourists, and all that good stuff. So that's why I support it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Council King, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This particular order, I certainly, understand the components of it, and I certainly can also say that I'm glad to hear that this was inspired by my request for an ad hoc committee specific to NCAA men's basketball coming to the city for these very purposes. I also, can appreciate the influence that my order has had on bringing boxing to the city. I also know that we have a ballpark commission that has failed. we have a civic commission that does some of this very work, Mr. Chairman. I certainly would support, if this was accepted as a friendly amendment, looking at those bodies and determining what aspects of this is occurring and what aspects can be merged. And again, as I stated earlier, that the city manager revisit the deletion of the the ballpark commission with his interdepartmental plan. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to reiterate, as it relates to this, I'm glad that no one's standing and talking about our shortcomings in any of these areas. The last thing we should do is be negotiating against ourselves. But I do know that as it relates to NCAA men's basketball, 2029 regionals or first rounds or what have you, that application process is opening up. Sooner we get that in, the better. We're talking about 2029. We're talking about 3 years or so from now, with hotels and the like coming forward. We're talking about a 30 miles, 30-minute standard. You know, and I think we're doing some of this. You know, the mayor has been working with the Ghanaian community. City manager's been working with the Haitian Ghanaian community and everyone else, you know, who's represented in the World Cup. And exactly this is going on. We're talking about interfaith sessions. We're talking about trade discussions. We're talking about business interests. And these all involve, and I was happy to bring to the council that we're declaring that we are going to be the host city for the Ghanaian folks. We've involved these groups, Discover Massachusetts, Tim Murray in Central Massachusetts, and the Worcester Chamber of Commerce, the Cultural and Development Office. Fabian's doing an amazing job. So some of this stuff is occurring, and you know, I'm really going to be taking a look at all of our boards and commissions and how they're functioning and whether or not the recommendations are coming to the floor for hearings that the city manager deems appropriate. So, you know, I don't want to see a commission for the sake of a commission. I'll support this, you know, and I'm very hopeful and want to be clear to the public. The ad hoc committee that I was talking about is for a time-specific measure. And, you know, in addition to that, you know, it allows us to be really focused for a short period of time. Mr. Chairman, I would like this to go to committee, just like the ad hoc did. This not go to the city manager simply for, to actually establish this. I think it should follow the exact same paths that the ad hoc committee went through, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, we have Dr. Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to support and sign on to this order. I think it's a very appropriate order and a very attractive order. You know, the people in Worcester are really sports fan. We like all kinds of sports. The vivid example is the Polar Park, and it's been a community's really pastime. So I think the sports appetite will be well catered if we have this kind of commission established. So I support this very wholeheartedly and see that this happens. Thank you.
Is that it? Council Toomey, are you on here too? Council Toomey, you're on the order. Go ahead. He already signed on. Okay. Okay, so as amended, this is different than the ad hoc committee. This is just getting a report from the
Yes,
manager.
Mr. Chairman, just for
So-
clarification, I was making that distinction. I'd like for this to go to committee if possible, so that committee can have their input as they had on the ad hoc committee.
Do you want it in ED, Mr. Bergman, or do you want us to just get a report back first? Okay, send it to ED. Those in objection? As amended? Okay, I was in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager remove the overgrowth at the side of the, was that Telawanda Drive, Council Rivera, and Brookline Street. Did I miss one? Oh, I missed one, I'm sorry.
That's what confused me, yeah.
Okay. I skipped over this one here. Request city manager requests the chief financial officer provide the city council with a report concerning the scrivener's and I can't even see this, it's getting late, cause that, this is Councilor Bellata's, is he, Councilor Bellata here? Okay, so we'll go to yours, Councilor Rivera, on Brookline.
As it reads.
As it reads, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the city manager, request the Commissioner of Public Works and consider increasing the days and hours residents are given to the drop-off of both the hazardous and the bulk waste materials. Said increase could include expanding the city's household hazardous waste days to more than the currently set 4 days, as well as providing additional days for hours each week dedicated to the bulk waste disposal. Councilor Rivera.
This is pretty much as it reads as well, but you know, a lot of the neighbors and residents in District 5 itself, that's what I hear from, complaining that, you know, they just don't, you know, like I got an example today. I got a call from a resident. They dropped off a couch in the Mill Street Lake area, wooded area. I called, sent it to 311. By 6 o'clock before the meeting starts, he says it's still there. He reached out to Fasolo, who's a friend of his. We reached out to Quality of Life. He says it's still there. We'll obviously reach out tomorrow. But if they had more days, more times, maybe they wouldn't have dumped that couch, you know, in the Mill Street area. So just, you know, just more like let's try to see if we can figure out to be convenient, because a lot of residents, you know, whether it's working hours or just the weekends is better, whatever it is, just if they can accommodate the residents with more days and more time. Maybe the times are the same, but just more days, because maybe those days they allow doesn't work for them and stuff like that. So
Okay.
that's the request for the residents.
Okay, so send that to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the manager contact, collaborate with the administration at the SMOC location on 1194 Main Street to review and address neighborhood concerns regarding trash and needles being scattered in the vicinity of the property. Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, this was gonna speak for itself as well. I think there's a few pictures up there that I just wanted to show. Just kind of give the city manager right there just an idea of what the residents are dealing with the smog situation. Maybe if we can get them, you know, sit them down at the table, come to one of the neighborhood meetings, and understand, come up with a plan on what we can do to kind of they can be better neighbors.
Okay, send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request manager replace the plastic trash barrels, and along with the boardwalk of Coles, along the boardwalk of Coles Park with the permanent metal barrels similar to those already found in the park. Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, so on the boardwalk, I'm part of a volunteer Coles Park group, and they have three dumpsters, plastic ones on there, and they got to chain them up, and we kind of the rule is, you know, you change the bag and then you put another bag in, but then you add an extra bag in the back, and they're constantly stealing the bags or taking the bags out in the beginning. The plastic barrels break, you know, they got to chain them up. So we feel if we can get the black ones there, they're very nice, and only we have access to it, it'll be a cleaner and a better experience for the volunteers, but also make the boardwalk look nicer as well, instead of having chained up plastic barrels. Thank you.
Okay, send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item, request, this is on I, request the city manager of the Commissioner of Parks and Recs to provide council with a report concerning the best practices for the management of invasive plant species. Said report should include best practices for the management of invasive plant species that being located at the city properties, as well as feasibility of developing a public awareness campaign that that informs private property owners of how to identify and manage invasive plant species on their properties. Councilor Fazolo.
As it reads, Mr. Chairman, but I'd like it sent to the Parks Committee, Veterans and Parks Committee as well.
You get one or the other. Want to get a report
really?
back?
What?
We should get a report back first and send it to Parks.
Okay. I'm trying to avoid a report but
Oh.
you need one
Yeah.
to send it to
Well,
committee,
you
right?
can send it to
Is that
Parks
how
if
it
you
works?
want. Is that what you want to do? I'll send it to Parks.
Yeah, let's send it
Okay.
to Parks.
Council Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been working with the city manager on establishing a task force committee to eradicate invasive plants in the city. I had filed that in September of '25, and then just recently in March, I also asked that we coordinate with Mass DOT to work cooperatively to address invasive plant species together, so that that's economies of scale, et cetera. So if we could include those moving forward, it would be helpful.
Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so send out to Parks, as long as the request for the Council Toomey. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager provide the council with a report concerning the city's allocation of opioid settlement funds. Said report should include information concerning any pending allocations, as well as how the city has engaged the community throughout its allocation processes. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This particular order hits on 3 points or more. You know, we have, as I understand it, used these monies for homeless outreach, recovery servicing, as well as funding positions in HHS. I mentioned homeless outreach workers and crisis response workers through CHL, which we discussed earlier. And, you know, we're expected to receive around $10 million or so in total funding at the end of all this, I believe. We'd like to get another report on this. This is a new council, a new body, and particularly want to know the city engagement with community throughout the allocation process, what it has been, what it's going to be, and what the allocation regimen looks like, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are on request city manager, request the city solicitor work with the Commissioner of Public Works, provide city council with a legal opinion regarding whether the city has the authority to report in or completely repay private streets in the city in certain emergency situations. Emergency vehicles unable, because emergency vehicles unable to pass and or school buses unable to pass through road. Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the ordinance and I understand the rules, and but I just gotta we gotta figure something out. I sent a couple pictures to Nico. I don't know if you got it. I just show you one street in particular in District 5. It's a private road that leads to a park, a hiking trail, and I mean, I don't understand how these residents live on the street. I mean, the way they live. It's but the street in particular that's terrible is Wildwood. So we have public, private, public.
Which one?
Wildwood Ave.
Oh, Wildwood,
Yeah.
it's been in front of this for 10 years, 20 years.
Well, fortunately, I'm the city councilor now, and I got to deal with it. So
They get to you.
we got to figure out with something. Please help me out.
Okay. We'll send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the manager work with the chief financial office to resume the use of decals as a method of identifying vehicles that are properly registered at the residential parking program. Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. The city manager, I believe, probably knows more about this than I do. But what I've been told by some residents is that when they contact the police department in the evening, particularly because there's no more decals associated with the residential parking program, police officers are unable to tell whether or not the car is there legally or illegally, and there's no computer mechanism, especially evenings and weekends, to be able to contact the necessary city department to confirm. So the default position has been of late just not to ticket, because they're not sure, which, if that's accurate, kind of defeats the purpose of the whole program. So I don't know if there's a alternative to the decals, or the decals used to work, so I'm asking the administration to consider something better than what exists now. Thank you.
Okay. The manager, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have a resolution that the City Council, City of Worcester, does hereby recognize the Worcester Police Department's excellent work in several recent situations where potentially serious dangers to the general public's safety and well-being were averted. Council Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chairman. I am sure that work on a regular basis by the Worcester Police Department results in excellent prevention of crime and certainly protection of public safety. These two were brought to my attention, these two incidents, one of which somebody was allegedly robbed at gunpoint. The police department was eventually able to find the person. It was a juvenile, and not only were they able to apprehend the juvenile, but the gun that was used in the attempted armed robbery and an additional gun were both found in the vehicle. And in a separate incident, almost a few days apart, there was good investigative work ahead of time in which takeovers, which I believe are almost like swerving that exist with bikes, but takeovers exist with cars, which oftentimes cause dangerous traffic situations, was averted entirely, and as a result, a number of people were arrested for planning the takeovers. So I mean, these are just two examples that were brought to my attention, but they are excellent in the sense, particularly in the sense that they were preventative, de-escalative, and resulted in arrest, and no one was harmed, including our police officers. And I think, we listen on a regular basis to a lot of narratives that I personally oftentimes don't think are accurate, and I think it's helpful from time to time to be able to recognize really good police work and let the police department know that we appreciate that work. That's why I felt it was important to have the resolution to recognize these particular incidents. Thank you.
Resolution, Council Rivera.
Sign
followed by
on.
Coun- Sign on, Council King. What purpose do you rise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise just for clarification. As it relates to the takeovers, I'm not quite sure what that means. I did read about it. Through the chair to the administration, if we had a report on that,
What was that?
takeovers are and what have you, has that been provided to the council?
Through the chair to the council, we have not provided any reports to the council related to street takeover. There was a situation that was happening across the state. There was indication that there was a potential one to occur in the city of Worcester, and there was a collaboration between state police, the towns and communities around us, our police department. So our police department was able to kind of navigate that, address the issues, and anticipate any potential street takeover. That's something that has happened across the state, and we were able to address that. But no particular report has come before the council.
And that's through the chair, just so I was not in support of this, but I don't know what I'm voting on. So through the chair to the administration, is that related to swerving, as was referenced, or was that related to the takeover? Or is that not information you can share?
Through the chair to the council, I would ask the chief. The chief can give a more detailed explanation.
Just want to know what I'm voting on, Mr. Chairman, before.
What's that?
Just want to know what I'm voting on before I vote.
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, we received information that a street takeover was going to happen. What that is they call different cars in, they block off whole intersections, and they do donuts in the street. Often these people are armed. If you saw in Boston about a month ago, they lit police cars on fire. So it was a big deal. I called in about 25 people on overtime, so we had enough people to make sure if anybody came, we would mitigate any type of damage to the city or to people.
Thank you. And through the chair, did they come?
They did. We had, I believe, 12 arrests, multiple citations. State police gave out 76 citations. During this process, I was in contact with Leominster and Fitchburg, giving them information. They would shoo them away, and then finally, at the end of the night, it was over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been some comments made about acknowledging this work. And I happen to come from a place of athletics as a former college coach, college basketball player, et cetera. And with that comes, when there's a good job being done, good job. As similarly, when there's a place that needs to be coached up, and there's areas of improvement or evaluations that have occurred, that's also a time to roll our sleeves up, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to state for the record, these are worthy of commendations and kudos, you know, and I hope we can apply sort of the coach mentality as we move forward on any issues pertaining to any department here in the city. But, you know, this is important to hear the chief kind of describe for the public exactly what we're talking about. I happen to work in social work. I deal with juveniles and status offenders and serious offenses, you know, and it's good to get some of these reports, Mr. Chairman, but I really hope we take a good look at what this body's mentality will be holistically, but I definitely support this. I want to sign on.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I just want to thank Council Berman for the resolution, and I just want this probably happens more than once or twice, probably several times a week, if not a month, where the police go out and do some special things. And this, I just got a question to the chief. I know you had, I think you said you had state police issued 76 citations, you made 12 arrests. What's the consequences? Because this happened in Boston. You fed Leominster and Fitchburg because probably the same thing could happen there. Now it goes to court. Is there any repercussions, like real repercussions, because of what happened in Boston? Is the court system aware of what's going on? And what's the penalty?
Chief
This
Saucier.
should be a big penalty.
To the chair.
How much are you paying overtime and stuff to do this? Because
Chief-
how many
Chief
cops?
Officer.
How many police officers did you call
To the chair, probably 25.
in? And how many state troopers did you call in?
There are multiple state troopers. We had a meeting 2 days prior and laid out our plan on how we were going to handle it.
Yeah.
And then we just used all our,
I remember talking to you about this.
Resources.
Yeah. So what's the consequences? Can they pay us, reimburse us for the overtime?
no.
Can they go to jail? You put life in danger, is what they did.
Correct. The whole idea is to stop these things from happening. So we did make arrests, mostly for minor offenses, so that we could stop the issue from occurring. Make the arrest, get that person out of there. That, everything goes through social media where they communicate, they know it's hot, they go to another community. That's why I was in contact with my brother officers in Leominster and Fitchburg.
So what would have happened if you didn't pick up on this?
It would have been chaos.
Correct. So there's gonna be some consequences here. This is the same group of people that go to every city and town, or is it?
We're not sure. They were coming from all over, you know, Rhode Island, Connecticut. We were, I can't really get into how the investigation unveiled, but, you know, our intelligence, they were coming from everywhere.
Mr. Mayor.
So they basically put your life in danger, the citizens' life in danger, especially if you didn't know, if you didn't pick up on this, if your intelligence and paying attention to what you usually do. And I don't know, I just think, Mr. Manager, I think we should write a letter to the courts. I don't know where it goes, but there should be some penalty here. I'd like to give, you probably don't know the overtime, probably don't want to hear it, but how much that cost us, and you're taking people, because this is at night, right? So what time was
It was supposed to be 7 at night to, I believe, 9 in the morning, and then we had something else this weekend.
7 at night to 9 in the morning?
Correct.
Seriously?
They went out, I was getting information from Fitchburg, they were going to like a Lowe's parking lot, they were destroying that, then they were coming back, and wherever they weren't getting picked off, they were going. So it was basically police everywhere waiting for them to come so that we could actually stop them from, you know, damaging or causing harm, because once they block off the whole intersection, and it's like everybody's inside just doing donuts and whatever they want to do. So an innocent person at 7 o'clock coming home, they're going to get caught up in that.
You can see it right in front of here, there's right around the crosswalk, there's a tire marks in the circle. Something probably similar.
It could have been one of them coming in, correct?
Yeah, okay. I don't know what the consequence, I mean, this is, I don't know if there's anything we can do, advertise who did this. As long as you communicate with other police departments and other communities, that you can, there's got to be a common thread somewhere,
Well,
right?
something should go through legislation, because now it's getting warm out. You have the people on the motorcycles doing wheelies in the middle of the road. Obviously, we're not going to chase them, but the penalty should fit the crime. They're out there terrorizing people, and they should pay the price. They should go to prison. It should be a felony to do that, not just some slap. They should do some time and get them off the street.
And we can ask the MO committee to look at some legislation they can file to enforce that. So, thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And I'll thank the men and women of the police department, the state police, and for the other, not just this issue, but other issues that they work pretty hard to keep this community safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Petty, is there a motion there or no?
Yeah, ask the motion.
What is
See,
that?
MO could look at some legislation that could be filed regarding the penalties on people who do this type of activity.
Is that is part of that motion to make it a felony or no?
Excuse me? I can't
Is
hear.
part of the motion to make it a felony or no?
Well, see what they come up with, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Make it a felony. If you want to add that, yeah, make it a felony.
That's up to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is from the mayor to make this a felony. To Counselor at Large, Kate Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I said before, there are a number of days of the week that we could be citing many of these things. As a matter of fact, tonight, there were 2 shootings. And our police department has been on top of everything. Every day, you're doing things like this. And so I'm grateful to those officers who were involved for these incidences, but I'm also grateful to the other officers who have been involved all along, too. And I think that's really important to recognize that it's the entire department working together, not only within the department, but also with other cities and towns. And I think that that's a critical element of what we've been seeing. You mentioned, Chief, about the crime gun unit and working with other agencies, federal and state agencies in other cities and towns on trying to reduce the gun violence here. And I think that that's really important. And this all speaks to how you're utilizing the connections and the intelligence that you have at your disposal. And so I'm very grateful and happy to sign on to this as well. You know, I support also the mayor's order, because we have to have consequences to people's actions. And we've not been seeing consequences in the judicial system. That's not happening. And this really, we need to take a look at this. And as the mayor said, there could have been incredible injuries to people. We've got people putting their lives at risk, dealing with this every day. So, excuse me, it must be too late for me to be talking. But I just wanted to say thank you to the men and women of the department, and to the mayor and Councilor Bergman for filing this, and I look forward to recognizing.
Dr. Beach wants to sign on, send that to the, we got a resolution, the reports. Resolution, roll call.
Mr. Chairman, are we taking these separately?
What's that?
Are we taking, what are we taking up right now? Is it the resolution to make this a felony, or is it something else?
The resolution to consider them making a felony. It doesn't have to be that, but.
Okay, but that's what we're voting on right now?
Yeah. I'm going to do the resolution first.
Okay, resolution first, okay.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Bellata? Councilor Economo?
Yes.
Councilor Frisolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Yes. Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next is ask the MO committee to come up with a report on how we could file legislation with the state regarding these incidents from what happened in Boston, and consider whether or not it should be a felony or not. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to speak on this. I certainly understand and appreciate, as I stated, law enforcement's work, not just here in the city of Worcester, but with some of the cities and surrounding towns. And clearly, those efforts made sense. Mr. Chairman, I just want to explain my position on this vote. I think that it's probably common sense that if police officer cars are being burned or, police are being attacked in that sort of a way, that is potentially felonious behavior. However, what we talked about, what happened here, and that's what we're basing this on, is the fact that there were things that were done that, as was stated, there's discretion on whether or not folks would be detained or not. They result in traffic infractions and the like, and to treat that as felonious behavior, it's not something that I'm going to support, Mr. Chairman. If in fact, and I don't want the public misperception or a headline that I'm part of supporting and escalating and widening sort of this prison pipeline when in fact there are motor vehicle infractions and the like. I also certainly would like to hear back, Mr. Chairman, once this comes back from committee, whether or not Boston was referenced, not Worcester. And what happened in Boston, if that wants to be a part of this, I certainly welcome that when it comes back. And, what was felonious as relates to the conduct towards law enforcement is fair play. However, this particular motion, I will not be voting for based on my statement. Thank you.
Councilor Bergman, go ahead.
Just commend you, Mr. Chairman, on the motion, which I will support, to characterize this as a motor vehicle infraction to me severely undermines or misrepresents the potential seriousness of what could have been caused. There are many felonies that don't involve just assaults on police officers. Anybody could have been assaulted with a car, and anybody could have been harmed. I would remind all my colleagues that there is jail time for motor vehicle homicide, and I think the analogy is not lost on me that people could be killed, whether they're in vehicles or walking across the street with a child or in a wheelchair when these types of incidents happen. So whether the committee comes up with a recommendation for being proposing legislation for being a felony or not, we shall see. But to characterize this as a motor vehicle infraction like a speeding ticket, to me, is, I think, grossly underestimating the potential harm that could have happened. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman.
Councilor Rivera.
I just want to also note that I got to hear about that one of the spots that were going to be hit was Newton Square area, and just to picture each street being blocked, and they're just doing donuts around the circle there and causing all kinds of havoc and accidents, pedestrians, whatever it is. But so I'm also going to support your motion.
Okay, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not aware of any reports of vehicular manslaughter or motor vehicle homicide as relates to the Worcester incident. I too recognize what could occur versus what did occur, and certainly when we talk about motor vehicle infractions, we know speeding can result in the loss of life. We reduced our speed limit here to 25 miles per hour. Doesn't mean if you're speeding, it's necessarily felonious. And again, nothing that has been reported to date that I'm aware of indicates that sort of behavior. It's not a mischaracterization. It's based on what was reported in this particular incident, Mr. Chairman. We referenced Boston, as I said. Look forward to hearing what occurred there as well. But again, there's no mischaracterization here, Mr. Chairman. It's based on what was reported from the chief.
Okay, I think there's a lot of good points made, and but I'm more interested in the Boston thing and how that could have happened here in Worcester. And it was very clear that could have happened. So we'll send the roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Bellotta? Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Frisolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Mitra,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Rosen,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, and we're going to hold Council Bellotta's item, we went over it earlier, under privilege, to the next meeting. And do the resolution. Okay, we are on 12A, refer to MO. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 13A is motion to accept and
Mr.
adopt.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. I know,
we're gonna do- it's not 12, I can get right
by our
through this.
rules, it's 11:58. By
I know.
rule, we're not
know
allowed
that.
to go past midnight, saying it for the public purposes. So if you could, just a point of order,
I was gonna
what
get
are we
through the
going to do in
agenda
a
before
minute and a
12
half?
And go do it. So I'm going through the agenda, accept and adopt, 13A. All
Mr.
those in-
Chairman, I've got to say a couple of words on 13A. It's that important.
Okay.
You don't have to read it. You don't have to read it.
Okay, we're going to do the motion to, I was trying to get through the agenda, but do a motion to suspend the rules?
Could we suspend the rules to finish the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion is to suspend the rules. You need 8 votes to suspend the rules, otherwise it's the first time of business at the next meeting.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, I have an issue.
Well, no,
The chief's been waiting, Mr. Chair,
oh,
the chief's
oh,
been
oh,
waiting for like
Okay,
forever.
it's 12 o'clock. We're going to do a motion
One
to
is,
suspend the rules.
Suspend the rules, yeah.
Could I just-
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Could you just explain what the rule is?
The rule is basically saying the meeting stops at midnight.
Must stop?
So you
or-
have to suspend, and if you want to go past midnight, if you don't want to go past midnight, it's the first item of business at the next city council meeting, anything that's left over. So we probably would have been through the whole agenda if I didn't have to do this, but, but,
So point of order, Mr. Chairman.
This isn't that
I
hard,
wasn't done with
you
the
know?
question. Just,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't done with my point of order. So just for clarification, the rule is that we must stop at midnight unless we take a vote not to. Is
I
that what
think you
you're
said
saying?
4 times, yes, we will
Okay.
extend it, yes.
I couldn't understand you, I'm sorry.
Yep. Okay, so the first is a roll call, then we'll go into, you have item on the roll call, council?
I'm just gonna, I just wanted to give my explanation why I'll be voting no on this, but that's fine.
No, you can vote no, it'd be, you know, it's the first time of
My
business.
explanation, if I might,
Okay,
since you asked, is that we spent 20 minutes
Non-debatable?
on an item earlier that I
Mr.
opposed.
Chairman, isn't this
Give-
non-debatable?
what's that?
Motion to suspend the rules, is that not non-debatable?
No. I don't think so.
Let's
Is it
ask the
debatable?
clerk.
I don't know the
I
answer
thought
to
we
that.
had to just vote it without an explanation.
I don't know, it's
It's my
midnight,
understanding that
I mean,
it's not
whatever.
debatable.
Roll call.
Fine.
So, Mr. Mayor, just for clarifications, this is Rule 54, the midnight, to suspend it. Council Bergman,
No.
Council Bellotta, Council Economo,
Yes.
Council Fasolo,
Yes.
Council King,
No.
Council Mitra,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
No.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rosen,
No.
Council Toomey,
yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, that failed, so meeting technically
It's over.
is
Okay.
over, but I want to provide some clarification. Mr. Mayor, where did you leave off? Which item?
Before,
13A.
13A.
So we left off 13A?
okay, it's 18A, 13A and 18A.
You know, I think we have 13A, 14A, and all the other items.
Yes.
That'll be first item of business at the next meeting.
But we needed one item passed tonight. 18A. There's a loan order.
18A?
Yeah, that's the loan order. We need a roll call on that. It's for the sewer line.
So we gotta do,
So, Mr. Mayor, I think we got to do that before we adjourn.
How should we do it?
we gotta do one more item before,
Yep.
18A is the loan order. We need that approved tonight.
oh, yeah. Okay.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Bellotta, Council Economo,
18A.
Yes.
Council Frizolo,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Council Mitra,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rosen,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, motion to adjourn. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.